Chapter 1472. The Central Territory. The largest territory in the world. Ziwei Palace, South. Kong Huangtian arrived as expected. He held a bronze sword in his hand and stood in mid-air. His body emitted a green light. Amidst the green light, a huge phantom of a peacock occupied half of the world. The peacock phantom's expression was like Kong Huangtian's as it stared coldly at Ziwei Palace. At the entrance of Ziwei Palace, Great Emperor Ziwei stood at the front with a group of subordinates behind him. Great Emperor Qinglong also walked out of the main hall and stood at the side. Great Emperor Qinglong. The powerhouses watching from afar narrowed their eyes. Rosefinch, Xuanwu, and White Tiger stood in a valley and looked at the entrance of Ziwei Palace. It's really Great Emperor Qinglong? Great Emperor White Tiger's face darkened. Ziwei life refining technique. In the Second Era, Great Emperor Ziwei used it once when he was fighting for the Great Emperor karmic position. At that time, he refined one of his opponents. After he finally obtained the Great Emperor karmic position, he killed the person who was refined. I didn't expect that even a Great Emperor couldn't escape, Great Emperor Xuanwu said in a deep voice. Great Emperor Rosefinch narrowed his eyes and said, Great Emperor Changsheng and Great Emperor Qinglong have already been refined. Great Emperor Ziwei is ambitious. This time, it's obvious that he wants to conquer the world before the four realms merge. He wants to use the entire world to fight against the people of the other three realms. Will the next one be us? Us. Great Emperor White Tiger narrowed his eyes. The three great emperors fell silent. At the entrance of Ziwei Palace, Great Emperor Ziwei looked coldly at Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian? Great Emperor Ziwei asked. Please fight. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Great Emperor Ziwei sneered slightly. The strongest person in the Third Era? I remember that not long ago, you were still at the 15th heaven. After receiving Chao's gift, you broke through to the 16th heaven? That's right. At my level, comprehension is only one aspect. If I want to improve, the most important thing is an opponent. Only a worthy opponent can make me jump higher. You, Great Emperor Ziwei, the strongest Great Emperor in the world. I know that you want to conquer the world, and only you are worthy of being my opponent, Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. The Third Era? He, in the face of the Second Era, you're nothing. It's great that you're here to die. I just happen to be lacking a sword, Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. In the distance, where Yang Chuan and Skyreach were, Yang Chuan and the others all frowned. Meow, doesn't the Great Emperor of Ziwei have a sword? Why didn't he forge one himself? Meow asked curiously. No, the sword he is talking about is Kong Huangtian. He wants to subdue it. No, he wants to refine Kong Huangtian and use it as his sword to sweep through the world. Yang Chuan shook his head and explained. Meow. Meow stared into the distance with wide eyes. At this moment, Kong Huangtian was not angered by Great Emperor Ziwei. Instead, he smiled coldly and said, if you have the ability, then come at me. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled coldly. You will never understand the heritage of the Second Era. Yellow Springs Road, open, boom. All around Ziwei Palace, the sky suddenly darkened. The Yellow Springs surged into the starry sky. Countless ghosts struggled on the Yellow Springs Road. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It was incomparably eerie. The Yellow Springs, the power of chaos, the beginning of heaven and earth. The Yellow Springs of heaven and earth. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the Central Territory was plunged into darkness. On the ground, the water of the Yellow Springs surged. In an instant, the ground was submerged by countless Yellow Springs. All the onlookers immediately flew into the sky in horror. Ah! Screams came from all directions. Some cultivators were touched by the Yellow Springs, and their bodies immediately rotted rapidly. The Yellow Springs seemed to be targeted. It did not harm any of the people of the Ziwei celestial realm. It only harmed outsiders. The sky was also covered by the Yellow Springs. For a moment, not a single cloud could be seen. There were only countless Yellow Springs and countless ghosts screaming miserably. The Yellow Springs Road. Kong Huangtian raised his eyebrows. It was not that he had never seen the Yellow Springs Road before. However, this was the first time Kong Huangtian had seen such a shocking Yellow Springs Road. Poor! Great Emperor Ziwei shouted softly. Boom! The yellow springs that blotted out the sky swept towards Kong Huangtian. Swoosh! The yellow springs were ferocious. It instantly corroded a large area of the void. In the blink of an eye, it charged towards Kong Huangtian. The huge illusory peacock behind Kong Huangtian suddenly swung its tail. Smack! A large amount of yellow springs scattered. However, there was simply too much yellow springs. The illusory peacock's tail was quickly corroded. Oh! Kong Huangtian's expression changed. His figure swayed, and Kong Huangtian disappeared on the spot. However, there was simply too much yellow springs. It blotted out the sky and continued to wash over Kong Huangtian. The experts in the surrounding territories were all shocked. The Yellow Springs Road? How can it be so ferocious? Great Emperor Rosefinch said in surprise. As he spoke, Great Emperor Rosefinch took out a Dharma treasure and threw it into the Yellow Springs Road. Swoosh! The Dharma treasure was instantly corroded. On the other side, Shoddi and Great Emperor Golden stood together. Shoddi, now I understand why you have been so concerned about the Yellow Springs Road of Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Golden laughed. You don't know the secret of the Yellow Springs. Heh, it is very useful to the divine realm, Shoddi said with certainty. It is indeed a powerful item. As expected of the first era's treasure, Great Emperor Golden nodded. Shoddi nodded. How long do you think Kong Huangtian can last in the hands of Great Emperor Ziwei? Great Emperor Golden laughed. I don't know. Oh! Kong Huangtian has been investigating Great Emperor Ziwei's strength. He hasn't made a move yet, Shoddi said with certainty. Millimeter. Great Emperor Golden nodded. In the Central Territory, the Yellow Springs were chasing after Kong Huangtian. Countless experts in the surroundings were not optimistic about Kong Huangtian's chances. Great Emperor Ziwei had only used the Yellow Springs Road, and Kong Huangtian had no way to fight back. Kong Huangtian couldn't even get close. How was he supposed to fight? In front of Ziwei Palace, Tan Lang, Po Jun, and the others also revealed a look of disdain. Kong Huangtian? He's just SOSO. Po Jun sneered. That's right. The strongest person in the Third Era? In front of Master's Yellow Springs Road, he is nothing. With this Yellow Springs Road, Master is invincible. Lian Zhen said confidently. Yeah, what a powerful Yellow Springs Road. Is this the power of the Yellow Springs Road? Jumen sighed. Everyone was praising the Yellow Springs Road. At the same time, they were full of admiration for Great Emperor Ziwei. On the other side, Kong Huangtian pathetically ran one round around the Ziwei Palace Hall. He suddenly stopped in the south. Kong Huangtian, you have disappointed me too much, Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. With a wave of his hand, the endless Yellow Springs Road wrapped around Great Emperor Ziwei. Boom! It covered the sky and covered the earth. It was a 360-degree blockade. Like a huge ball, it wrapped around Kong Huangtian. There was no way for him to escape. Escape! Kong Huangtian was about to be drowned in the Yellow Springs Sea. Ha! Kong Huangtian sneered. Boom! The Peacock Phantom appeared behind him. Moreover, from where the Peacock Phantom was, billions of rays of light shot out. The rays of light instantly pierced through the Yellow Springs Sea and quickly illuminated the world. Countless rays of light that were like peacock plumes shot out in all directions. These rays of light could even turn. Like a huge net, they instantly wrapped around the Yellow Springs Sea. Rumble. The peacock plume's net was so big that it instantly bound the entire Central Territory. In an instant, the Yellow Springs Sea seemed to be unable to move. Kong Huangtian is retaliating. In the distance, Shoddi's eyes narrowed. Retaliating? Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes also narrowed. This is... Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows. According to Kong Huangtian, he could use this move in the future. But what was the use of this move? Binding the road to the Yellow Springs? The road to the Yellow Springs was instantly bound by the peacock plume's net. However, this was just the beginning. Kong Huangtian suddenly stretched out his left palm. He suddenly grabbed it. Divine power, deprive. Kong Huangtian suddenly shouted. Boom. A loud sound spread across the 4 seas. Peacock Z, Blind Kong, and the others stood in the distant territory. At this moment, they were excited. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. Buzz. The surrounding void trembled. From where Kong Huangtian's left claw was, a strange ray of light shot towards him. What? Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. He waved his hand and a large amount of yellow springs blocked it. However, this strange ray of light seemed to have come from another space-time. It instantly appeared in front of him. Boom. A loud sound came from Great Emperor Ziwei's body. It was as if something had suddenly disappeared. His body became light, and his heart skipped a beat. Boom. The countless road to the Yellow Springs suddenly collapsed and disappeared. The peacock phantom behind Kong Huangtian also suddenly disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to before the battle. The sky was clear. Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei were facing each other. What's wrong? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed puzzled expressions. Meow. Kong Huangtian dissolved Great Emperor Ziwei's road to the Yellow Springs? It's gone just like that. I didn't see it clearly yet. Meow shouted. However, Yang Chuan and Tongtian stared with wide eyes. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei revealed a furious expression. However, Kong Huangtian suddenly waved his hand. Road to the Yellow Springs, open. Boom. With Kong Huangtian as the center, a huge road to the Yellow Springs suddenly rushed into the starry sky. Then, the surging Yellow Springs rushed in all directions. Ah! Countless living beings in the Central Territory instantly cried out in pain. They were instantly corroded. In the road to the Yellow Springs, countless evil spirits were screaming miserably. The Yellow Springs of heaven and earth. In the distance, Great Emperor Rosefinch suddenly quivered. How is this possible? Tanlang, defeating armies, and the others all revealed shocked expressions. How could Kong Huangtian also know the road to the Yellow Springs? How could he use it too? Deprive. What a terrifying deprive divine power! Great Emperor Golden exclaimed. Shodai also narrowed his eyes. This is snatching other people's divine powers and cultivation techniques. Directly snatching them and using them for oneself. At this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei can no longer use the road to the Yellow Springs. He's gone, Shodai said in a low voice. In another place. Meow, meow, meow. Meow shouted. The 5th divine power in the world, the deprived divine power? Tongtian exclaimed. Meow, with this divine power, isn't he invincible in the world? If others have any powerful techniques, he can immediately deprive them. Meow, such a heaven-defying divine power, why is it only ranked 5th? It shouldn't be. Meow exclaimed. How is Great Emperor Ziwei going to break such a domineering divine power? Mo Yushi frowned. Chapter 1473. The Yellow Springs surged towards the Ziwei Palace from all directions. Tan Lang and the others couldn't react in time. The road to the Yellow Springs? It was taken away by Kong Huangtian and now it was used against them? A trace of panic appeared on Tan Lang and Po Jun's faces. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression gradually became solemn. It was about to reach the Ziwei Palace. All right. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly shouted. Boom. Once again, a vast purple pillar rushed into the starry sky. As soon as the purple pillar appeared, a majestic aura rushed in all directions. The Yellow Springs water that had been pouring in was instantly forced back by this huge aura. The aura of a king emanated from this purple pillar. Heavenly path. In the distance, Meow widened her eyes. No, it's one of the 9 heavenly veins of the heavenly path. Tongtian immediately shook his head. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe advance in formation. The Xing heavenly vein? Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. In the distance, as soon as the Xing heavenly vein appeared, a surging aura rushed into the Yellow Springs. It faced off against Kong Huangtian's road to the Yellow Springs. Immediately after, more heavenly Dao appeared behind the Xing heavenly meridian. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 196 heavenly paths appeared. Nearly 200 heavenly paths appeared. Nearly 200 heavenly paths and the accompanying heavenly veins seemed to submit to the heavenly veins and listen to their orders. The surrounding void trembled violently. An aura that was even more majestic than before rushed towards the road to the Yellow Springs. Ha! In the distance, Kong Huangtian's face darkened. Great Emperor Ziwei stepped out. 196 heavenly paths surrounded the Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei's body merged with the Xing heavenly veins and rushed towards Kong Huangtian. It's been a long time. No one has been able to snatch something from my hands. Kong Huangtian. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes were cold. Kong Huangtian stared at Great Emperor Ziwei. Divine power, seize. Kong Huangtian stretched out his left palm again and grabbed towards Great Emperor Ziwei. Whoosh! Great Emperor Ziwei's figure flickered. As if he had crossed through space, he instantly appeared behind Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's move instantly missed. It was too fast, so fast that no one could see how Great Emperor Ziwei moved. Meow, so fast. The Xing heavenly meridian can control unlimited speed? Skyreach frowned. Speed. Almost all the great emperors around felt a chill in their hearts. With such speed, who could be a match for Great Emperor Ziwei? The group of great emperors could vaguely see Great Emperor Ziwei's movement, but it was too fast. With the speed of the Xing heavenly meridian, they couldn't react in time. Even Kong Huangtian did the same. In an instant, he appeared behind Yi Shiwen, not giving Yi Shiwen any time to react at all. 7 stars demon palm. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly shouted. Xiao Chen threw a palm strike with his right hand. Suddenly, 7 fiend stars appeared in his palm and pressed down on Kong Huangtian's back. His speed was too fast, and his strength was too great. Even the surrounding Yellow Springs couldn't hurt Great Emperor Ziwei in the slightest. It was as if Kong Huangtian couldn't resist at all. Kong Huangtian was about to suffer. Fight! Kong Huangtian shouted. Boom! On the Yellow Springs Road, a huge green heavenly vein appeared around Kong Huangtian's body. It instantly enveloped Kong Huangtian. The 7 stars demon palm slammed into the cyan veins of the sky. Boom! The cyan heavenly vein shook violently. But in the end, it didn't break. Taking advantage of this shock, Kong Huangtian twisted his body and dodged Great Emperor Ziwei behind him. Fight heavenly vein! Boom! Suddenly, 196 vassals of the heavenly Daos appeared behind Kong Huangtian. Rumble! The void around the central dominion trembled violently. Xing heavenly vein, fighting heavenly vein. The 2 powerhouses faced each other in the void. Countless cultivators in the surroundings had already held their breaths and watched this battle quietly. Interesting. This is good too. It won't be so boring, and it won't be so sensational. Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. As he spoke, the 7 fiend moles on his palm once again emitted a demonic blood-red light. Suddenly, he pressed his palm forward. Boom! The void seemed to have been imprinted with 7 huge red marks. Buzz! The surroundings of the central dominion were instantly dyed red. The entire space turned scarlet. The 2 of them seemed to have been instantly placed in a red world. In the red world, the 7 fiend moles on Great Emperor Ziwei's palm left his hand and transformed into 7 huge stars. The 7 stars surrounded Great Emperor Ziwei. Gradually, the 7 stars transformed into 7 human figures. Every human figure had the appearance of Great Emperor Ziwei. In an instant, there were 7 more Great Emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. Outside the central dominion, countless powerhouses widened their eyes. 8 Great Emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei? Miao said in surprise. In another valley, Great Emperor Huang Jin narrowed his eyes. 7 stars master in the red world. Could the legend be true? Great Emperor Huang Jin said in surprise. In the red world. One of the Great Emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei pounced towards Kong Huangtian with the Xing heavenly vein. The purple long sword in his hand slashed towards Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's sword collided with it. Boom! The swords collided. Kong Huangtian retreated, and so did the great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. A single collision was actually a draw. Roar! The other 6 great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei also swung their swords towards Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's expression changed. He quickly turned around and retreated, dodging the 6 massive sword lights. Boom! 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 The 6 sword lights slashed on the ground. In an instant, 6 huge trenches were formed. The trenches extended endlessly from one end of the territory to the other. Meow! Those 6 people divided the central dominion into 7 parts. Meow said in surprise. In the outside world, countless experts sucked in a breath. Great Emperor Huang Jin's eyes widened and said, "Sure enough, the legend is true. 7 stars master, 7 people with the same strength as Great Emperor Ziwei. In an instant, there were 7 more? Equal? Impossible." Sho Di said in surprise. "It's true. There was a legend in the Second Epoch. Back then, Great Emperor Ziwei fought against a peerless powerhouse. However, the 7 demonic moles on Great Emperor Ziwei's palm instantly turned into 7 great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. Their strength was not weaker than Great Emperor Ziwei's. They quickly killed their opponent on the spot." Great Emperor Huang Jin exclaimed. One Great Emperor Ziwei was already invincible. Now, there were suddenly 7 more. In the Red World, Kong Huangtian dodged the attacks of Great Emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. He looked at Great Emperor Ziwei in shock. How is this possible? They are not puppets. Nor are they your clones. What are they? Kong Huangtian cried out. In the center, Great Emperor Ziwei sneered and said, "You can see clearly. Peacock. The 5th divine beast in the world. You are indeed extraordinary. You guessed right. They are not clones. Oh, they are my 7 elder brothers," Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. 7 elder brothers? Kong Huangtian said in surprise. That's right. Back then, my mother had 8 children. All of them were extremely talented. When they grew up, they would definitely become powerful. However, why did they become the 8 strongest powerhouses? My 7 elder brothers finally decided to be refined by me together. 8 physiques at the same time. As long as one of them mastered one type of power, all 8 of them would master it at the same time. Heavenly Fighting Meridian? Let's see how long you can block them. Great Emperor Ziwei glared. Octuplets? 7 demonic moles? Kong Huangtian said in surprise. At this moment, Kong Huangtian finally understood why the demonic moles on Great Emperor Ziwei's palm were so powerful. They were equivalent to 7 great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. 8th brother, you stay here. Let's kill them, one of the demonic moles said in a deep voice. Chapter 1474. The Purple Tenebrous Emperor stood in the Red World as the group of demon mole men charged at Kong Huangtian. The 7 demon mole men each had their own movement heavenly veins. Their auras surged. Surging energy pressed down, shattering large patches of space. The Purple Tenebrous Emperor split into 8. After the initial shock, Kong Huangtian quickly calmed down. He even revealed an excited expression. Each person grasps one type of energy. 8 people grasping one type of energy at the same time? Humph. At the very least, they can't grasp your martial emperor karmic rank, right? Since they can't grasp it, their strength can only be considered a portion of yours. To me, such a battle is what I need the most. Kong Huangtian said sullenly. As Kong Huangtian spoke, his hair instantly turned azure. His long hair fluttered, and countless peacock feathers appeared in the surroundings, covering the world. Break. One of the demon mole men instantly swung his sword. The peacock feathers broke, but Kong Huangtian did not care. He revealed a ferocious expression as he instantly charged into the group of demon mole men. The azure divine flames around Kong Huangtian soared into the sky. Like a peerless war god, Kong Huangtian quickly swung the bronze sword in his hand. For a time, the bronze sword images filled the sky. Sword streams tore through the void and tore the void outside the central territory apart. Boom! 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 Amid the 7 demon mole men, Kong Huangtian swung his sword faster and faster. However, he was still suppressed. The demon mole men grasped the movement heavenly veins. Their speed reached the limit. At first, Kong Huangtian could not keep up with their speed and could only block. Although there were only 7 of them, their terrifying speed left after images everywhere. They were so fast that it was like tens of thousands of demon mole men were fighting Kong Huangtian. In the end, these people's strength was about the same as the purple tenebrous emperors. They suppressed Kong Huangtian. However, Kong Huangtian also had the movement heavenly veins. With the movement heavenly veins, one's fighting spirit soared into the sky. Although Kong Huangtian's speed was not as fast as the people with the movement heavenly veins, the strong fighting spirit could stimulate Kong Huangtian's limitless potential. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Kong Huangtian's speed also increased. At first, Kong Huangtian was injured all over. But gradually, he could barely hold on amid the chaotic swords. Every time their swords clashed, a surge of lightning would be produced. The countless cultivators in the distance could only see the piercing electric light. Kong Huangtian's potential was forced out unceasingly. The strength of his sword swings grew stronger and stronger. Every single sword strike seemed to contain traces of Tao. Gradually, Kong Huangtian went from being battered and exhausted to being able to wield his sword with ease. Boom, boom, boom. Gradually, Kong Huangtian blocked the attacks of the 7 people. Not far away, Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. He looked at Kong Huangtian, who was in a disadvantageous position, with some surprise. In the distance, countless experts held their breaths and clenched their fists as they watched. What a powerful Kong Huangtian! The Great Emperor of the North Star is at the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. Kong Huangtian is also at the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. Right now, 7 great emperors of the North Star are actually unable to do anything to Kong Huangtian. Peak of the 16th heavenly layer? Kong Huangtian wants to break through to a higher level. Attack the 17th layer of heaven? The surrounding cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. 17th heaven? This was like an insurmountable barrier. In the second epoch, countless people tried their best and died. However, who could reach the 17th layer of heaven? No, at least not among the group of great emperors. Most of the great emperors were still working hard at the peak of the 15th heavenly layer. As for Great Emperor Ziwei, he had already reached the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. He was worthy of being called the number 1 great emperor in the world, but he still hadn't reached the 17th heavenly layer. However, Great Emperor Ziwei had the Great Emperor karmic rank. Under the power of the Ziwei celestial realm, his strength reached the 17th heavenly layer. This was already Great Emperor Ziwei's limit. However, Kong Huangtian wanted to break through to the 17th heavenly layer. The third epoch. Was the third epoch really inferior to the second epoch? The great battle continued. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The deafening explosion caused the entire mortal realm to be filled with the endless rumbling of thunder. Countless people knelt down. They looked at the sky in horror. Roar. Kong Huangtian revealed a ferocious expression. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body spun like a top in the wind. No one could capture his figure or his movements. Fast, fast, fast. Kill, 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 Kai. Finally, under the cover of the heavenly battle meridian, Kong Huangtian injured a demon mole man for the first time. This seemed to be just the beginning. Kong Huangtian's movements didn't stop. He quickly increased the strength of the demon mole men. Roar, bastard. Ah, he actually injured me. Kill. The group of demon mole men roared in shock. Not far away, Great Emperor Ziwei, who was standing on the Great Emperor karmic rank, had a gloomy expression. Kong Huangtian's strength is still rising. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was extremely ugly. Kong Huangtian had already lost himself in the battle. At this moment, Kong Huangtian didn't seem to be fighting. Instead, he seemed to be comprehending. He was comprehending the gap between the 16th heavenly layer and the 17th heavenly layer. However, this gap was always a little short. Just a little short. Roar. A demon mole man instantly appeared behind Kong Huangtian and stabbed his sword towards his back. However, Kong Huangtian seemed to have eyes on his back. He suddenly stabbed his sword back. Ah! Boom! Kong Huangtian cut off the demon mole man's head with his sword. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. Was this still the Kong Huangtian that they suppressed just now? In just 3 days, he actually grew to this extent. The demon mole man's head was cut off, but he didn't die. He quickly dodged, grabbed his head, and reattached it. However, at this moment, Kong Huangtian was no longer someone who could be bullied easily. The speed that he was proud of was quickly caught up by Kong Huangtian. Faster, faster, faster. Kill, kill, kill. Not enough, not enough. Kong Huangtian shouted as he killed. Kill. The group of demon mole men pounced forward again. Boom, boom. In the battle, another 2 demon mole men were instantly cut in half. Kong Huangtian's sword Dao killing intent was getting stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger, more and more ferocious. The raging killing Dao was rising rapidly. In the distance, the Tongtian sect leader looked at Kong Huangtian's sword. For a moment, he seemed to have sensed something. Waves of black light surrounded his body. It was as if he had comprehended something wonderful. On the other side, Bai Chi's golden body of killing Dao appeared. He looked into the distance. For a moment, the killing intent around him became stronger and stronger. Kong Huangtian's killing Dao made Bai Chi feel a great sense of enlightenment. As for the others, they didn't have such a feeling. However, they could deeply feel Kong Huangtian's strength. It was a kind of feeling that was getting stronger and stronger. Not long after, the 7 demon mole men were no longer Kong Huangtian's match. Under the fierce slaughter, the 7 demon mole men were quickly cut in half. Although their powerful vitality was constantly recovering, they were still directly cutting vegetables and melons when facing Kong Huangtian again. Not enough, still not enough, still not enough. Kong Huangtian frowned and shouted. On the other side, the Great Emperor of Ziwei finally couldn't sit still anymore. Great Emperor. Boom. The Great Emperor karmic throne under the Great Emperor of Ziwei suddenly released a dazzling purple light. A vast aura rushed out. Suddenly, the entire Ziwei heavenly realm's fate surged over. Countless merits swarmed over. Endless luck and fortune surged into the Great Emperor of Ziwei's body. The Great Emperor of Ziwei also took out a long sword and quickly charged into the battlefield. The entrance of the Great Emperor of Ziwei instantly changed the situation of the battle once again. Boom! The Great Emperor of Ziwei instantly pierced a big hole in Kong Huangtian's left shoulder. It's still not enough, I can still be stronger. Kong Huangtian waved his sword ferociously, not caring about his injuries at all. The long sword in his hand slashed towards the Great Emperor of Ziwei even faster and more ferociously. You're courting death. The Great Emperor of Ziwei glared at Kong Huangtian. Boom! The Great Emperor of Ziwei instantly suppressed Kong Huangtian. I can defeat him. 17th level of heaven. I can definitely break through to the 17th level of heaven. Kong Huangtian shouted with his eyes wide open. Kong Huangtian waved his sword again. Every time he waved his sword, it would bring out a super thunderbolt. The thunderbolt was like a huge whip that crazily lashed out in all directions. Ah! The group of demon mole men immediately cried out tragically. It was different from before. Just now, when they were cut in half, because the speed of the sword was too fast, they could quickly reconnect their broken bodies. However, when the thunderbolt cut their bodies, they exploded with a loud bang, turning their flesh into a mess. Kill! Kong Huangtian roared as the divine flames around his body rose crazily. In the Red World, the Great Emperor of Ziwei suppressed Kong Huangtian while Kong Huangtian cut the group of demon mole men apart. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Kong Huangtian's strength seemed to be rising all the time. He was getting stronger and stronger. The Great Emperor of Ziwei's suppression gradually reached its limit. How is this possible? How can his strength continue to rise endlessly? The Great Emperor of Ziwei said anxiously. Buzz! Under the suppression of the Great Emperor of Ziwei, the divine flames around Kong Huangtian's body suddenly turned from green to golden. I seem to have figured it out, As Kong Huangtian fought, a strong sense of excitement suddenly burst out from his eyes. Figured it out. What did he figure out? The great emperor of Ziwei's heart trembled involuntarily. Great Emperor Qing Long, the great emperor of Ziwei shouted. Roar. At the entrance of the Ziwei palace, Great Emperor Qing Long suddenly stepped out of the Great Emperor altar and rushed towards the battlefield. Buzz. Two long swords suddenly appeared beside Great Emperor Qing Long. On the long swords, a strong aura surged out. The Sword of Force. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Miao, the Great Emperor of Ziwei's Sword of Force, was also given to Great Emperor Qing Long. He has two now? Miao shouted. The Great Emperor of Ziwei wants to ask Great Emperor Qing Long for help. Mo Yushi's expression changed. Great Emperor Qing Long was aggressive and was about to enter the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Outsiders shouldn't participate in the battle between the Great Emperor of Ziwei and Kong Huangtian. The Sha Di's voice suddenly came from afar. Treasure, please turn around. Swish. A streak of white saber light shot toward the Azure Dragon Emperor. Boom. The Sha Di stepped out and stopped Great Emperor Qing Long from helping. In the sky, the Great Emperor of Ziwei's face darkened. Bastard. However, at this moment, it wasn't just the Sha Di. The Golden Great Emperor also appeared. The two of them didn't interfere with Kong Huangtian's battle. Instead, they stopped Great Emperor Qing Long from helping. The Great Emperor of Ziwei could only suppress Kong Huangtian himself. Kong Huangtian's strength was like a geyser, increasing rapidly. Although he was still at the peak of the 16th heaven, he was already close to the 17th heaven. At the very least, with the Great Emperor of Ziwei's current strength, he could only suppress Kong Huangtian. It would be very difficult for him to kill Kong Huangtian. Soon, just a little more, the divine flames around Kong Huangtian, who was being suppressed, kept changing colors. Chapter 1475. Almost there. Just a little more. The divine flames around Kong Huangtian's body were constantly changing colors. The sword in Great Emperor Ziwei's hand kept slashing down. Kong Huangtian could only keep blocking. However, Great Emperor Ziwei could feel that Kong Huangtian's resistance was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if Kong Huangtian had found the key to breaking through the 17th layer of heaven. Great Emperor Ziwei was bewildered. However, Kong Huangtian was extremely anxious at this moment. Vaguely, Kong Huangtian seemed to have seen the gap between them. However, seeing it didn't mean that he could touch it. Getting stronger and stronger didn't mean that he could break through to the 17th layer of heaven. No matter what he did, he seemed to be further away from the 17th layer of heaven. No. Kong Huangtian roared. He used the heavenly battle meridians to squeeze out his potential. Because he squeezed out his potential, he became stronger and stronger. However, Kong Huangtian knew that he was getting further and further away from the 17th layer of heaven. Roar. Kong Huangtian was furious. His bronze sword suddenly erupted with billions of sword lights. Once again, it clashed with Great Emperor Ziwei's sword. Boom. He retreated again and slashed with his sword. Boom. A mole man was once again slashed in half. However, this time, it was a vertical slash. When the slash landed, the mole man's flesh and blood instantly splattered everywhere. Ah! Amidst the pain, the mole man prepared to repair his body again. Screech! Kong Huangtian suddenly transformed into a huge peacock. He opened his mouth and swallowed the mole man. Screech! Kong Huangtian charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei again. Third brother! The mole men roared in shock. Kong Huangtian's sword instantly transformed into a huge tail. With a flick of his tail, the 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly appeared behind Kong Huangtian. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation crazily attacked the mole men. Immediately, the group of demon-mold people was stirred up and scattered. Screech! He opened his mouth and swallowed the mole men. Bastard! Great Emperor Ziwei roared in shock. The huge peacock charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei as if it wanted to knock him off the altar. The 12 paths of reincarnation followed beside it, stirring up the void as it charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei. The Supreme Blue Phoenix. In the distance, Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. Meow. What's the blue phoenix? Miao was confused. It's the same as my dark phoenix, a treasure that can open the 12 paths of reincarnation. I obtained the dark phoenix, Kong Huangtian obtained the azure phoenix. However, he is a peacock, even a peacock can forcibly refine the azure phoenix. Mo Yu she spoke in shock. In the distance, Kong Huangtian borrowed the power of the 12 paths of reincarnation and his strength skyrocketed. The power of the 17th firmament. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. Kong Huangtian's brothers had already been devoured by Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's strength was already enough to make Great Emperor Ziwei wary of him. Now that he had the help of the 12 paths of reincarnation, his strength actually increased by another level. 17th heaven? Perhaps it's because I'm being suppressed and my thoughts aren't clear. My strength is already close, so why can't I break through? It's because of you that I can't break through. As long as I kill you, my thoughts will be clear and I will be able to break through. Kong Huangtian roared as he rushed over. Ming. Under the loud roar, heaven and earth shook. Countless experts in the surroundings felt a sharp pain in their eardrums when they heard this sharp cry. A power that wasn't weaker than Great Emperor Ziwei rushed over. A cold light flashed in Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes. Seal of virtue, suppress heaven and earth. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted loudly. A huge 18-colored square seal suddenly appeared in his palm. There was only one word on the square seal, virtue. As soon as the seal appeared, a vast might rushed into the world of the living. For a moment, almost all the living beings suddenly felt a great panic in their hearts. Under the great panic, countless living beings suddenly knelt down. As soon as the seal of virtue appeared, all the living beings in the surrounding void seemed to be suppressed. Tan Lang, Po Jun, Great Emperor Qinglong, Great Emperor Huang Jin, Sho Di, and even Kong Huangtian were frozen in the void. Buzz. 3,000 heavenly Dao phantoms suddenly appeared in all directions. All the heavenly Dao in this world appeared. Great Emperor Ziwei controlled the seal of virtue, and the merits around him surged into the seal of virtue crazily. The seal of virtue was powerful, but its consumption was also extremely terrifying. Even Great Emperor Ziwei's essence was being crazily sucked out. Great Emperor Ziwei, who could be seen with the naked eye, was actually becoming thinner. However, there was no doubt about its power. It could be seen from how Kong Huangtian was suppressed to the point that he could not move. What is that? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed puzzled expressions. It must be a treasure from the first epoch. The seal of virtue? Great Emperor Xuanwu revealed a look of desire. Kong Huangtian had a deeper understanding of it. Is this a treasure from the first epoch? It seems to have the power of heaven and earth when it suppresses it. Kong Huangtian looked at the huge seal in shock. However, Great Emperor Huang Jin's eyes lit up. The seal of virtue, the seal of virtue, the treasure of the first epoch supremacy of virtue. Die. Great Emperor Ziwei said with a ferocious expression. Kong Huangtian's entire body could not move. Even if he stirred up the 12 paths of reincarnation, he could not move at this moment. He could only watch as the seal of virtue covered his head. It was a kind of infinite destructive power. Kong Huangtian could feel that as long as he touched it, he would be crushed into pieces. It was a kind of helplessness, but it was also a kind of irresistible. As it was powerless to resist, the huge peacock revealed a sad expression. When a person was about to die, the memories of their life would instantly replay in their mind. As they replayed, it was as if time had frozen. Pieces of memories flashed past as Kong Huangtian commented on his life. In this life, I have risked my life, I have been crazy, I have fought for the common people. I have carried the burden of the third epoch. I am too tired, too tired, too tired. Kong Huangtian said. As he spoke, Kong Huangtian seemed to have given up on struggling. As if he had been freed, he closed his eyes. There was a kind of breakthrough called letting go. When he let go of everything, a serene smile appeared on Kong Huangtian's face. At this moment, the color of the divine flames around Kong Huangtian's body suddenly changed from a single color to a myriad of colors. 1 color, 2 colors, 3 colors, 15 colors, 16 colors, 17 colors. As soon as the 17-colored light appeared, Great Emperor Ziwei's expression suddenly changed. Die. Boom. The seal of virtue bombarded Kong Huangtian's body. Even though Kong Huangtian had broken through at this moment, the seal of virtue was simply too powerful. As the 18-colored seal of virtue crushed down, countless cracks instantly appeared around Kong Huangtian's body. Even Kong Huangtian's birth chart instantly showed a large number of cracks. Great Emperor Ziwei revealed a look of ecstasy after surviving a calamity. This was because Kong Huangtian's current state could be considered to be completely dead. His entire body was shattered. His soul was shattered. His birth chart was shattered. Everything was shattered. No one could save him. Ha 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 ha, you've broken through. So what if you've broken through? Under the seal of virtue, you'll still die. Great Emperor Ziwei laughed excitedly. At this moment, after activating the seal of virtue, Great Emperor Ziwei's body had lost nearly half of its weight. A large amount of essence energy had been completely extracted. The seal of virtue was powerful, but its consumption was also shockingly terrifying. At this moment, Kong Huangtian, who was covered in countless cracks, suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, a sharp light shot out from his eyes. His gaze immediately caused Great Emperor Ziwei to tremble. However, this was just the final radiance of the setting sun. Kong Huangtian's body instantly turned into dust. It completely dissipated. The only thing that remained was the 12 paths of reincarnation formed by the bronze longsword. The 12 paths of reincarnation once again transformed into a bronze longsword and instantly shot into the distance. Haha. Kong Huangtian, your birth chart has already been shattered. You still want to come back to life? You don't even have a birth chart. With your willpower, you can only hold on for 2 days at most before dissipating. Escape. What's the use of that? Me. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted disdainfully. The bronze longsword was wrapped in 17-colored light as it shot into the distance. Ancestor. Countless members of the Kong family immediately cried out in grief. He had broken through. Great Emperor Ziwei had finally broken through before he died. However, that was also the end of his life. His birth chart had been shattered. All that was left was a ball of consciousness that could dissipate at any time. Then, what was the use of such a breakthrough? The bronze longsword shot out. However, it soon flew to another territory. Under the terrifying speed, the expressions of the people in that territory immediately changed. The longsword flew towards the peak of a mountain. At the peak of the mountain, a group of figures happened to be standing. The longsword rushed towards one of them. Yang Chuan. The longsword instantly shot towards Yang Chuan. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei, Great Emperor Rosefinch, Sho Di, Great Emperor Huangjin, and everyone else looked over in confusion. Yang Chuan also saw the long sword piercing towards him. Oh no! Tongtian shouted as he slashed with the fairy slaying sword. Boom! After breaking apart the fairy slaying sword, Tongtian retreated. Blood Sea. Yang Chuan's expression changed as he quickly activated the Blood Sea. However, the bronze longsword's speed was too fast. In just an instant, it was in front of Yang Chuan. Break! Yang Chuan's hand of Dao slammed down with a loud bang. However, the bronze long sword seemed to fly through the gaps between his fingers in an instant. Boom! The sword instantly pierced through Yang Chuan's chest. Yang Chuan! Mo Yushi and Miao immediately cried out in shock. Buzz! The long sword instantly emitted a dazzling 17-colored light that enveloped Yang Chuan. However, the long sword seemed to have melted in an instant and merged into Yang Chuan's body. Parasitism. Kong Huangtian's soft voice sounded from the long sword. What? Mo Yushi's expression changed. Parasitism? Yang Chuan's expression suddenly changed as well. In an instant, he couldn't move. Boom! Yang Chuan's body was involuntarily enveloped by the light as he was shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the sea and was about to disappear in front of everyone. Parasitism. Before he completely lost control of his body, Yang Chuan also shouted loudly. Buzz! Yang Chuan disappeared in front of everyone. Everything happened so fast that almost everyone couldn't react in time. Yang Chuan. Meow. Meow anxiously cried out. Meow, quick, bring me to Yang Chuan. Mo Yu she grabbed Meow. Meow. Meow nodded. Using the contract with Yang Chuan, her figure flashed and disappeared with Mo Yu Shi. At this very moment, Golden Great Emperor suddenly shouted, "Everyone, Great Emperor Qinglong will be your fate in the future. Right now, Great Emperor Ziwei's blood essence is exhausted. It's time to kill Great Emperor Ziwei and eliminate the hidden danger. Follow me and kill Great Emperor Ziwei together." Boom. Golden Great Emperor's voice reverberated in all directions. Great Emperor's white tiger and Xuanwu's eyes narrowed as they soared into the sky. Obviously, the two of them had made a prompt decision to kill Great Emperor Ziwei here. Only Great Emperor Rosefinch narrowed his eyes as he looked at the place where Yang Chuan disappeared. Chapter 1476. In the Deep Sea. Meow, it's clearly here. It's clearly here. Why isn't he here? Meow looked around anxiously. Meow, can't you teleport directly to Yang Chuan's side? Mo Yu she asked anxiously. Yes, but I teleported here. Yang Chuan should be here, but there's nothing in this sea valley. Meow said anxiously. He must be here. Meow, I'll search here. Go and find Yin Tong Yang Chuan immediately. Ask him how Yang Chuan is now. Mo Yu she shouted. Meow. Meow left quickly. Mo Yu she looked around the sea valley. Meow Meow said it was here, but there was nothing there. Perhaps there was a small space here. Mo Yu she looked around. Just as Mo Yu she had guessed, Yang Chuan was in this sea valley. However, it was a small space in this sea valley. Yang Chuan sat cross-legged. Two consciousnesses were struggling in his mind. Kong Huangtian used the mystique, parasitism. He parasitized Yang Chuan's body. Seeing that he could not move, Yang Chuan also used parasitism, and his consciousness jumped out. The two consciousnesses confronted each other in Yang Chuan's mind. In Yang Chuan's mind, there were two figures, Yang Chuan and Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian, you want to snatch my body? Yang Chuan said coldly. Kong Huangtian shook his head. He looked at Yang Chuan as though he was examining him. Yang Chuan frowned and looked at Kong Huangtian. That day, I raised the bloodline of you, Peacock, and Blind Kong. I was waiting for today to prevent today's defeat. Kong Huangtian shook his head. Oh. Yang Chuan frowned. I don't have any ill intentions. I have no ill intentions towards you. Although I've lost this battle, I've managed to reach the 17th heavenly layer. I've lost everything except for my consciousness. I can only last for 2 days at most. Within 2 days, I need to choose one of you to inherit my 17th heavenly layer. My memories, my comprehension, and my cultivation will become my greatest treasure. I'll give it to one of you, Kong Huangtian said solemnly. The 17th heaven realm? Yes. Yes, but this realm is only suitable for those of the Peacock bloodline. The three of you all have this bloodline. If the world is peaceful, I would naturally pass it to Peacock Z. But now that the world is in chaos, Peacock Z's temperament wouldn't be able to protect this treasure of mine. Hence, I entered your body first. You need to show me a method to convince me. Before my consciousness fades away, I will pass all the treasures to you. If not, I will go and look for Peacock Z. After all, he is the true successor of the Kong clan. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. All the comprehension and realm of the 17th heaven? Even with Yang Chuan's temperament, he felt an intense excitement in his heart. However, he quickly calmed down. Yang Chuan stared at Kong Huangtian. You are still able to remain calm after your body and Tao dissipated? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. At this moment, Kong Huangtian was too calm. He was so calm that he didn't seem like someone who had just died. However, Kong Huangtian shook his head. No, I'm not dead. Oh. Yang Chuan was slightly stunned. You're not dead. I'm already at the 17th heaven. I have already seen through life and death. More accurately, I have ascended. Kong Huangtian shook his head. What do you mean? Yang Chuan didn't understand. For Empyreans, they can live forever. Even if they were completely destroyed, they would be reborn in a different form. Maybe, they would be reborn after a long period of time. But, they would eventually be reborn. For Empyreans, they can live forever. Do you know this? Kong Huangtian spoke. I saw it from Tian Gang, however, you did not transcend. Yang Chuan nodded. That's right. That's right. I didn't transcend. This is called ascension. I have dissipated now, but as long as my bloodline is still in this world, there will be a day when I will be reborn according to my bloodline, Kong Huangtian explained. Bloodline rebirth? Are you saying that one day, you will be reborn among the descendants of the Kong family's disciples? Yang Chuan asked, feeling puzzled. Yes. The conditions for ascension and resurrection are different for everyone. As long as the Kong family's bloodline is not destroyed, I will be able to wake up one day, Kong Huangtian said. Ascension? Yang Chuan sighed. You don't have to make a fuss. The strongest experts of the first epoch, like Phoenix, Virtue, and Sure, are all like this. As long as the cycle of reincarnation is not destroyed, Phoenix will eventually be reborn. As long as Virtue is not destroyed, Virtue will also be reborn. As long as luck is not destroyed, Sure will also be reborn. Ascension is a form of death, equivalent to a long sleep. When one transcends life and death at the 17th heaven, one can do this. Kong Huangtian explained. The 17th heaven? Yang Chuan said gravely. My rebirth requires the Kong family's bloodline to be indestructible. Of course, perhaps 1,000,000 years later, I might never be able to revive. If fate destroys all life, none of us will be able to live. Kong Huangtian said with a bitter smile. In other words, you won't be able to participate in the upcoming War of the World. Yang Chuan asked seriously. I probably won't be able to participate. I hope that you all can protect the common people. My rebirth depends on you all. Kong Huangtian sighed softly. Then, no matter how a transcendent person dies, they can be reborn. As for ascension, one needs a reason to be reborn. Why don't you all try to transcend? If you transcend, you won't have to worry anymore, right? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Kong Huangtian shook his head. Transcendence does have a great advantage in terms of rebirth compared to ascension. However, there is also a drawback to transcendence. Oh, it is very, very difficult to break through again, Kong Huangtian said seriously. Very difficult. That's right. It is very difficult, extremely difficult. At the very least, in my deductions, breaking through again after transcendence is 10 times more difficult than transcendence. Therefore, the people of the second epoch and the first epoch are not willing to transcend, Kong Huangtian explained. It is very difficult, but it is not impossible, right? Yang Chuan said with a frown. He, you know Tian Gang, right? Has he ever broken through since he transcended? Kong Huangtian asked with a smile. Yang Chuan raised his brows. In the end, he nodded and stopped arguing with Kong Huangtian. Suddenly, Yang Chuan thought of a sentence left behind by Huang on the cypress tree back then. Don't transcend. Don't transcend easily. These were the last words Huang left for Yang Chuan. Could it be that this was what he was talking about? Of course, I don't know the specifics after transcending. Perhaps there are other directions. Only a transcendent would know, Kong Huangtian said. Are you preparing to give me your current realm before ascension? Yang Chuan finally accepted Kong Huangtian's explanation. That will depend on your methods, Kong Huangtian said solemnly. How? Yang Chuan asked. Seize a great emperor karmic throne, Kong Huangtian said. Great emperor karmic throne? Yang Chuan raised his brows. That's right. I will ascend in 2 days at most. Coincidentally, all the great emperors are here. Hence, you must seize back the great emperor karmic throne within 2 days. Otherwise, I will give up on passing it to you, Kong Huangtian said. Yang Chuan stared at Kong Huangtian's consciousness and finally nodded. Also, remember, don't use the parasitic divine ability unless you have no other choice. In this world, only you and I know the secrets behind it, Kong Huangtian said. I will. Yang Chuan nodded. Buzz. Yang Chuan's consciousness quickly attached itself to his body and slowly woke up. Whoosh. Yang Chuan opened up a small space and stepped out. Instantly, he saw Mo Yushi looking for him anxiously. Yang Chuan. Mo Yushi rushed over in surprise. Yang Chuan nodded and smiled. However, Mo Yushi's expression suddenly changed. You. Are you Yang Chuan or Kong Huangtian? Mo Yushi asked in fear. After the beast exchange, Mo Yushi's nerves were extremely sensitive. Don't worry. He is Yang Chuan. A voice came from afar. Meow. Yang Chuan, are you alright? Meow flew over. It was Meow and Yang Chuan. The human Yang Chuan nodded. The human Yang Chuan looked at Yang Chuan. The two of them nodded at each other. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the prime of Tongtian followed. Yang Chuan, are you alright? The prime of Tongtian asked. I'm fine. However, I might have something to do next. Yang Chuan smiled. What is it? The prime of Tongtian was puzzled. Kill the great emperor, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Oh. In the Central Territory. The Slayer, Golden Emperor, White Tiger Great Emperor, and Xuanwu Great Emperor rushed out and pounced on Great Emperor Ziwei, who had exhausted all his essence blood. Great Emperor Ziwei had countless treasures. The group of elites not only wanted to get rid of the hidden danger, but they also wanted to get their hands on the treasures of Great Emperor Ziwei. The Seal of Virtus. This was also something that the elites coveted the most. As for Great Emperor Qinglong, at this moment, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Nether River Patriarch. The Nether River Patriarch turned his head and looked at Great Emperor Ziwei and the others who were fighting. A sinister smile appeared on his face. The Nether River Patriarch was more interested in the two swords of force wielded by Great Emperor Qinglong. Get out of my way. Great Emperor Qinglong shouted. The Nether River Patriarch smiled evilly. Ziwei life refining technique? What a weirdo. Let's go somewhere else. Show me how magical these swords of force are. You have a death wish. Great Emperor Qinglong shouted and pounced on the Nether River Patriarch. Space superpower, greater shift. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Boom. The two of them instantly disappeared from the battlefield without a trace. The four elites surrounded Great Emperor Ziwei. Tan Lang, Po Jun, and the others could no longer sit still. They quickly charged forward, followed by Great Emperor Changsheng's subordinates. However, at this moment, four elites with gourds on their backs suddenly appeared in mid-air. Fire Crow Gourd, Luo Luo. Ice Toad Gourd, Huang Luo. Shuang Gourd, Yu Lin. Hong Meng Gourd, Meng Sansheng. A group of people stood in front of Great Emperor Ziwei's subordinates. It's you guys. Tan Lang's expression changed. Boom. A chaotic battle broke out in the Central Territory. And there was also Great Emperor Rosefinch. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked at the battlefield, and his eyes turned cold. Besieging Great Emperor Ziwei? A bunch of idiots. Chapter 1477. A chaotic battle broke out in the Central Territory. Even though Great Emperor Ziwei had used up all of his blood essence, he was still able to fight against a group of great emperors. Boom. Rumbling thunder rumbled across the world. On the other side, although Great Emperor Rosefinch didn't know where Yang Chuan was, he had been paying attention to the direction that Bai Qi, Tongtian, and the others had gone. Soon, he found where Yang Chuan and the others were. Above the sea, Great Emperor Rosefinch looked coldly at the bottom of the sea. Boom. Great Emperor Rosefinch released his aura, and the surrounding seawater was instantly forced to explode in all directions. The huge impact instantly reached the bottom of the sea. At the bottom of the sea, Mo Yushi, Silver-Eyed Yang Chuan, Miao, Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and Tongtian were surrounding Yang Chuan. Kill the Great Emperor, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh! Miao! Miao cried out excitedly. Why? Tongtian asked curiously. For the Great Emperor's position, Yang Chuan said with certainty. Tongtian raised his eyebrows and nodded. Who are you going to target? Just as Tongtian finished asking. Boom. A huge aura came down from above. Everyone was at the bottom of the sea, and an undersea storm immediately swept up, radiating in all directions. Everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked above the sea. Naturally, someone who wants to die will come knocking on our door. Yang Chuan smiled slightly. Boom. Yang Chuan led everyone and quickly stepped out of the sea. Standing above the sea, he looked at Great Emperor Rosefinch, who was in mid-air. Great Emperor Rosefinch stared at Yang Chuan with a cold glint in his eyes. I thought you were going to run away. I didn't expect you to still dare to appear in front of me. Ever since Miao Rulai had gone to the Great Qin city to cause trouble and had been chased away by the silver-eyed Gui Guzi, he had formed enmity with Yang Chuan. Following this, they joined forces with Great Emperor Qinglong to attack the Great Qin city, but they were easily resolved by Yang Chuan's invitation of Golden Emperor and Sho Di. The third time, they personally went to Xianyang city and fell into Yang Chuan's trap. They tried to kill Rosefinch in the Heaven Realm, forcing them to return. After being shamelessly humiliated 3 times, this hatred had long been engraved in his heart. At this moment, when he saw Yang Chuan again, he vowed to kill Yang Chuan to vent the hatred in his heart. Why wouldn't I dare? Yang Chuan smiled coldly. Humph, what did you get from Kong Huangtian? Emperor Rosefinch asked coldly. I received a request. Yang Chuan said with a smile. What? I want your head. Yang Chuan's face turned cold. How dare you? Emperor Rosefinch glared at him. Humph. Yang Chuan snorted coldly. Bang. His long hair instantly turned red, and the surrounding sea instantly turned into a sea of blood. A ferocious aura surged out. Ha ha ha, with your current strength. You want to become my enemy? Emperor Rosefinch sneered. At this moment, Yang Chuan was at the 13th heaven. After using the Blood Sea divine ability, his strength could reach the peak of the 14th heaven. However, he was still much weaker than Emperor Rosefinch. Even if I want your life, I might not be stronger than you. Yang Chuan said coldly. His hands glowed with white light as he slightly activated the Hand of Tao. The Hand of Tao had the strength of the 15th heaven in every palm strike. On the other side, Tongtian took out the celestial slaying sword while Mo Yushi turned into a huge black phoenix. Let's go. Yang Chuan shouted as he soared into the sky. Mo Yushi and Tongtian followed behind and rushed into the sky. You're courting death. Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch snorted coldly. Suddenly, 3 streams of light shot out from his palms. The 3 streams of light turned into 3 huge red rosefinch flames and rushed towards the 3 of them. Break. Tongtian shot out his sword and broke through one of the rosefinch flames. Screech. Mo Yushi swung her tail and broke another rosefinch. Yang Chuan punched out with the Hand of Tao. Boom. The 3rd rosefinch exploded. Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to fail again. He took a step forward and his Emperor Karmic rank appeared. Billowing energy gushed out. Behind him, Rosefinch's great Tao suddenly reached the sky and burned a huge part of the void. The boundless flames that filled the sky rushed towards the 3 of them. Screech. Celestial slaying sword. Hand of Tao. The 3 of them surrounded the Vermilion Bird Emperor and launched attacks at him. Rosefinch's burning world. Boom. Billowing flames rushed in all directions and filled the sky. The 4 of them started fighting. The huge collision shattered a huge part of the void. With the help of his Emperor Karmic rank, Emperor Rosefinch had the power of level 16 and naturally suppressed the 3 of them. Below, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu stood behind silver-eyed Yang Chuan. Meow, silver-eyed Yang Chuan, aren't you going to make a move? Meow asked curiously. I've already made my move. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan looked at the sky. In the sky above where Emperor Rosefinch was fighting, a golden cloud gradually appeared. Around the golden cloud, 3,000 heavenly axioms seemed illusory. That's the heavenly axiom cycle? Meow's eyes widened. This is the boundless land that Emperor Qinglong gave back then. The heavenly axiom cycle has accumulated all the power until today, silver-eyed Yang Chuan said. As he spoke, a crack suddenly appeared in the golden cloud in the sky. Crack. The crack slowly opened. Slowly, a huge eye appeared. A golden eye was looking down at the battle below. Meow, what a terrifying eye. My heart stop. Meow exclaimed. Emperor Rosefinch also felt the appearance of the huge golden eye. He suddenly had goosebumps all over his body and turned his head to look at the sky. Heavenly axiom cycle. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan shouted. Boom. Suddenly, 3,000 heavenly axioms descended from the sky and completely surrounded the surrounding sea region. The turbulent flow of energy rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch. Heavenly axiom cycle again? Emperor Rosefinch's expression changed. Previously, it was the heavenly axiom cycle that caused him to be severely injured. He had to rush out of the range of the 3,000 heavenly axioms as soon as possible. Stop him. Yang Chuan shouted. Immortal slaying heavenly sword. Boom. Yang Chuan, Mo Yushi, and the Prime of Tongtian attacked at the same time. The three surges of energy rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch along with the turbulent flow of energy. Courting death. Emperor Rosefinch's face was filled with anger when he was helped. He reached out his palm and attacked the three of them. Boom. 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 The three palms were like the might of the heavens. They instantly caused the blood in their bodies to churn as they were sent flying. At this moment, the golden eye in the sky suddenly released the boundless energy that it had been accumulating for a long time. Boom. Like a giant cannon, a black ray of light rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch. Wherever the black ray passed, the void collapsed. Wherever it passed, there was nothing left. The black ray of light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Emperor Rosefinch. What? Emperor Rosefinch's hair stood on end. A fatal threat rushed towards him. There was no time to dodge. He could only attack. Rosefinch's great Tao, 10,000 sparrows burn the heavens. As he roared, he punched out. It was as if countless fiery red rosefinch had gathered into a river of fire and rushed forward. Wherever the black ray of light passed, everything was destroyed. Even the Rosefinch River was destroyed. Boom. The black ray of light rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch's body. Ah! Emperor Rosefinch screamed. However, in an instant, his upper body was completely melted. The black ray of light did not slow down. It rushed towards the sea below. A bottomless black hole appeared above the sea. In mid-air, only Emperor Rosefinch's legs were left on the Emperor's altar. Emperor Rosefinch was dead. The Prime of Tongtian stared in shock. This is too exaggerated. Emperor Rosefinch died just like that. Meow stared with her eyes wide open. Even Yang Chuan was stunned as he stared at the scene. It's over. Just like that. What a powerful black ray. Even if I'm at the 16th heaven, I'll be severely injured if I'm not prepared. Kong Huangtian's voice sounded in Yang Chuan's body. Everyone suddenly looked at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan did not mind. He shook his head and said, "It's a pity that it can only be used once." The Prime of Tongtian was speechless. Such a heaven-defying black ray. Even if it was used once, it would be incredible. I finally understand why your expression didn't change when you were surrounded by Emperor Qinglong that day. Such an attack is indeed terrifying, the Prime of Tongtian exclaimed. I wonder when I'll be able to accumulate such power again. Not far away, the silver-eyed Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. He waved his hand and kept the 3,000 sky Dao. With Emperor Rosefinch dead, Yang Chuan quickly rushed towards the Emperor Karmic throne. Chapter 1478. After the death of Great Emperor Rosefinch, Yang Chuan also quickly rushed toward the Great Emperor Karmic throne. The Great Emperor's altar floated in the air with the legs of Great Emperor Rosefinch on it. When Yang Chuan flew closer, he discovered that the Great Emperor's altar was imbuing the legs with surging power. His legs were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His bones, flesh, and blood were all growing. In just a short while, his thighs had already grown. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before Great Rosefinch's body was completely restored. Mend the corpse. The Prime of Tongtian was surprised. No, the Great Emperor's altar is meant to revive Great Emperor Rosefinch. Yang Chuan's eyelids twitched. Without hesitation, he reached out with his hand of Tao. As the two giant palms approached, Emperor Rosefinch's legs suddenly burst into dazzling flames. It seemed to be resisting Yang Chuan's hand of Tao. Boom. Unfortunately, he only had 2 legs left, so he couldn't block it at all. The hand of Tao tore apart the Great Emperor's altar and Great Emperor Rosefinch's legs. Emperor Rosefinch's leg was sent flying in the air. Yang Chuan extended his hand and attacked. Boom. His legs instantly exploded into fine powder. Beneath Yang Chuan's feet, the heaven and earth sacrificial altar appeared and slammed onto the great monarch sacrificial altar. Buzz. The 2 altars quickly merged. At the same time, in the underworld, South Outer Continent, Rosefinch Heaven. A loud noise suddenly rang out in the fiery red sky. Boom. Nay. Nay. The countless fiery red Rosefinch flames in the Rosefinch Heaven realm suddenly screamed and then collapsed. Above the starry sky, the giant star Rosefinch suddenly emitted a scarlet light before it suddenly dimmed. Hundreds of Second Epoch experts looked up at the sky in horror. Master. Countless people felt sorrow in their hearts. Rosefinch's celestial realm collapsed and Rosefinch superstar dimmed. Didn't this mean that Emperor Rosefinch had fallen? Their master had fallen, and all the officials were crying out in grief. In the mortal realm, Yang Chuan, who was in his human form, was standing on the heaven and earth altar of the Qi level. He was trying his best to integrate the Great Emperor karmic rank. The 2 altars merged and shot out beams of golden light. Waves of terrifying energy were rushing towards Yang Chuan's body. Boom. An extremely powerful will rushed towards Yang Chuan. The will of the Great Emperor sacrificial altar instantly swept through Yang Chuan's body and disappeared. Subsequently, the Great Emperor sacrificial altar surged with energy towards Yang Chuan, helping Yang Chuan refine the Great Emperor sacrificial altar. In an instant, Yang Chuan felt an endless power enveloping his body. His emperor's heart became even more resolute. Although his power had not reached its peak, it gave him a feeling of looking down on the world. Phew. Yang Chuan let out a long breath of turbid air. He felt an indescribable comfort all over his body. What a powerful will of the Great Emperor sacrificial altar. Kong Huangtian's voice suddenly sounded. Huh? Yang Chuan was puzzled. When you fused with the Great Emperor's altar, do you still remember the will of the Great Emperor's altar? Kong Huangtian asked in a deep voice. Yang Chuan nodded. The will disappeared in an instant. It did not affect Yang Chuan in the slightest. That will is too strong. Even I can't fight against it. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Even you can't fight against it? Yang Chuan asked in surprise. Yes. At the very least, in my current state, my will cannot fight against it. It seems that this Great Emperor sacrificial altar is indeed an incredible treasure. Can I trust it? Kong Huangtian asked solemnly. Can I trust it? I can rely on the power of the Great Emperor sacrificial altar, but I can't trust it completely. I will. Yang Chuan nodded solemnly. The surging power of the Great Emperor sacrificial altar was still washing over Yang Chuan's body. Rumble. Yang Chuan's body gave off a series of rumbling sounds. Boom. Yang Chuan's body gave off a super loud sound. Immediately, a huge shockwave spread out in all directions. Meow. Yang Chuan, what happened to you? Meow flew over. 14th heaven? The Great Emperor sacrificial altar helped me break through to the 14th heaven? Yang Chuan said in shock. 14th heaven? Mo Yushi's face lit up with joy. Congratulations to the Heavenly Emperor for reaching the peak of the Great Thousand Realms. Bai Qi immediately said excitedly. Millimeter. Yang Chuan said in satisfaction. Xiao Chen was extremely satisfied. He felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Finally, he regained the cultivation he had when he was in the Great Thousand Realms. The silver-eyed Yang Chuan looked at Yang Chuan and shook her head. Pay attention to your temperament. Millimeter. Yang Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows and his face instantly became serious. That's right. I've only recovered to the Great Thousand Realms. What's there to be excited about? But why did I feel so satisfied and excited just now? Suddenly, Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. He recalled the Eternal Emperor's words. The Eternal Emperor had said that the Great Emperor sacrificial altar could affect one's temperament. Affect one's temperament. Yang Chuan lowered his head and looked at the triangular Great Emperor sacrificial altar under his feet. His expression was slightly complicated. The Great Emperor sacrificial altar is not a good thing. In just a short moment, it has affected your temperament. It's an inauspicious thing. Don't take it, the silver-eyed Yang Chuan said solemnly. Mo Yu, she revealed a trace of worry. On the other hand, Tong Tian looked at the silver-eyed Yang Chuan with a strange expression. How many people had sacrificed their lives for the Great Emperor sacrificial altar? Now that Yang Chuan had obtained it, he wanted to give it up. The human Yang Chuan remained silent for a while. His eyes narrowed as he said, "Affect my temperament. If my temperament is affected, it means that my temperament is not enough." The Great Emperor sacrificial altar? It turned into a heart demon and bewitched my heart. However, it can also refine my heart. It wants to subdue me. I will subdue it, Yang Chuan said with a resolute expression. The silver-eyed Yang Chuan looked at the human Yang Chuan and nodded. She did not say anything else. Kong Huangtian, I have already obtained the Great Emperor karmic throne. Now, what do you say? Yang Chuan said solemnly. Tong Tian, Mo Yu Shi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu were stunned. I will pass on all my comprehensions to you, Kong Huangtian said in Yang Chuan's sea of consciousness. Wang. In an instant, countless images rushed into Yang Chuan's mind. Yang Chuan stood in midair and suddenly became motionless. What's wrong? Meow. Meow exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing. Protect him. The silver-eyed Yang Chuan shook his head. In midair, Yang Chuan's body emitted a brilliant azure light. His hair suddenly turned azure and fluttered in the wind. Stepping on the Great Emperor sacrificial altar, Yang Chuan exuded a powerful aura. Far away in the east continent's Xianyang city. Boom. Above the sea of providence clouds, there was not only providence. Even in the void, countless forces of fortune, and merits were surging into the sea of providence clouds. Above the sea of providence clouds, the divine statues emitted rays of colorful light. Among them, Yang Chuan's radiance was even more dazzling, illuminating heaven and earth. This is. Instantly, the citizens and officials in Xianyang City exclaimed in shock. Some of the officials even felt a sense of comfort all over their bodies. An indescribable power nourished their bodies, and their cultivations began to stir, as if they were about to break through at any moment. Although the sea of providence clouds changed greatly, the officials knew that it was a good thing. It seemed like Diezhen had been reborn. Could it be? Countless officials thought of a possibility and rushed to the Skyward Palace Square. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Lu Buwei was overjoyed. Prime Minister, what's going on? The officials asked. Diezhen has taken another step forward. When the Heavenly Emperor returns, when the Great Emperor returns, it will ascend to the heavenly realm, Lu Buwei said excitedly. Boom. The group of officials immediately became excited. Chapter 1479. On the surface of the sea, Yang Chuan's consciousness was absorbing all of Kong Huangtian's insight. The silver-eyed Yang Chuan stared at the human Yang Chuan to prevent any unexpected changes. He held a blue brain-like object in his palm. It was the exchange beast. Kong Huangtian's words were sincere, but Yang Chuan still had to be on guard. Fortunately, what Yang Chuan was worried about didn't happen. After more than a day, Yang Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 17-colored rays of light shot out from his eyes. 17th layer of heaven, seeing through life and death. Yang Chuan's long green hair sighed. You still have a long way to go. Remember my insights and slowly comprehend them. There is still half a day left. I will let you experience it personally and let you see the real 17th layer of heaven. Kong Huangtian's voice sounded. Yang Chuan frowned for a while. Finally, he nodded. Don't worry. I, Kong Huangtian, won't lie to you. Remember, after I leave, make sure that the Kong family doesn't perish. Kong Huangtian's voice sounded. Don't worry. The human Yang Chuan nodded. Buzz. Suddenly, the the human Yang Chuan's aura underwent a huge change. An unstoppable aura burst out from his body. The entire sky was filled with countless peacock feathers. The 17-colored light in Yang Chuan's eyes turned into a green light. Yang Chuan? Mo Yu, she asked worriedly. The silver-eyed Yang Chuan immediately shook his head and said, "He is Kong Huangtian now." "Ah!" Mo Yu, she revealed a look of surprise. Kong Huangtian's consciousness controlled Yang Chuan's body. As he stretched out his hand, the bronze sword appeared from his body. Holding the bronze sword in his hand and stepping on the Great Emperor sacrificial altar, Kong Huangtian looked at the distant central territory. He took a step and charged forward. "Look carefully. This is the 17th layer of heaven," Kong Huangtian muttered to himself. Boom. His figure instantly arrived at the central territory. Central territory. The battle continued. Almost all of the Southern Dipper and Northern Dipper Legion commanders took action, but they were still stopped by Meng San Sheng, Huang Luo, Huang Minute, and Yu Lin. The four gourds looked very impressive, ferociously injuring all the Legion commanders. Roar. Tan Lang roared in grief and anger. However, Meng San Sheng's group of four was also extremely fierce, not allowing anyone to take a single step forward. In the sky, Sho Di, Golden Great Emperor, White Tiger Great Emperor, and Xuanwu Great Emperor were besieging Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei's blood essence had been depleted, and his strength had been greatly reduced. He did not dare to use the seal of virtuous virtue again. Even so, Great Emperor Ziwei was still able to suppress the crowd. Great Emperor Ziwei fought the four of them alone, and the four of them were sent flying again and again. "White Tiger, Xuanwu, Gold. You three bastards, how dare you make me your enemy? You overestimate yourself," Great Emperor Ziwei shouted coldly. After the battle with Kong Huangtian, the Great Emperor of Ziwei's strength had decreased by at least half. But even so, the four great cultivators were still no match for him. "Treasure, please turn around," Sho Di shouted again. A ray of white light rushed toward Great Emperor Ziwei. Slash. Great Emperor Ziwei's long sword collided with it. Boom. The Immortal slaying flying saber was knocked back, but Great Emperor Ziwei's huge sword will crashed into Sho Di. Sho Di was knocked back, but he did not care and rushed forward again. "Sho Di, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you?" Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Looking at the four people with gourds on their backs and Sho Di in the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei instantly understood everything. "That's right. I need your road to the underworld," Sho Di said in a low voice, not hiding anything. "Ha ha ha, road to the underworld? Are you sure it's with me?" Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Sho Di narrowed his eyes, but he still nodded and said, "The road to the underworld is extraordinary. Since it belonged to you from the beginning, it belongs to you. Although it was taken away by Kong Huangtian, as long as Kong Huangtian dies, it will no longer be controlled by him and will return to you." "You know quite a lot," Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. He waved his hand. Boom. The road to the underworld appeared again, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Rolling power rushed toward Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, Golden Great Emperor threw a punch. Great Emperor Ziwei's long sword collided with it. Boom. Golden Great Emperor retreated, and Great Emperor Ziwei also retreated with a loud bang. "Golden Great Emperor? My best friend, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you?" Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. "Ha ha ha, friend?" Golden Great Emperor's eyes flashed with coldness. "Ziwei, in the second epoch, your strength was on par with mine, as well as everyone else's. Our friendship was the best, but I misjudged you. That day, we obtained that precious treasure together, and there were many layers of seals on it. For the sake of our friendship, I left the treasure in your care and prepared to break the seals together, but you took it for yourself. Is this the seal of great virtue?" Golden Great Emperor shouted coldly. After obtaining the seal of great virtue, your strength increased again and again, even reaching the strength of the number 1 Great Emperor. It's fine if you betrayed me, but you colluded with Great Emperor Rosefinch to frame me, causing me to lose the chance to transform into a star. Fortunately, I'm not fated to die. Please bury me alive, Great Emperor Ziwei. Only then can I escape the cleansing of the world. Golden Great Emperor shouted. Ziwei, today, I'm going to take back what's mine. The seal of great virtue? You've had it for too long, Golden Great Emperor said coldly. Golden Sovereign punched out once again. Boom. Great Emperor White Tiger and Great Emperor Xuanwu didn't speak. The two of them just fought Great Emperor Ziwei with all their might. They had already taken this step. If they couldn't kill Great Emperor Ziwei today, they would end up like Qinglong and Changsheng when Great Emperor Ziwei recovered his vitality. Roar. The four great cultivators kept attacking Great Emperor Ziwei. You guys are still far from enough. Power of the underworld, yin and yang of heaven and earth. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Boom. The power of the underworld instantly poured into Great Emperor Ziwei's heavenly meridian. Great Emperor Ziwei's shriveled body expanded rapidly. His strength also skyrocketed. Break. Great Emperor Ziwei let out a loud cry as he pushed his hand forward. The four great cultivators were sent flying backward. Even if the four of them joined forces, they still weren't a match for Great Emperor Ziwei. Even if I'm injured now, I'm still not someone you can touch. Since you want to die today, I'll fulfill your wish, Great Emperor Ziwei said with a ferocious expression. However, just as he finished speaking, Great Emperor Ziwei's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look. However, Yang Chuan, who had long green hair, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The group of cultivators was slightly stunned. The Great Emperor's altar? Great Emperor Rosefinch's Great Emperor's altar? Yang Chuan killed Great Emperor Rosefinch? No, he's not Yang Chuan. That gaze, that aura. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Yang Chuan, who was standing on the Great Emperor's altar. Kong Huangtian? Great Emperor Ziwei's originally ferocious face suddenly panicked. Kong Huangtian isn't dead. Great Golden Emperor's expression changed. No, Kong Huangtian is dead. Otherwise, the road to the underworld wouldn't have returned to Great Emperor Ziwei, Shodai said in a low voice. Then what's going on with him? Everyone looked at Yang Chuan in surprise. However, Yang Chuan, who was possessed by Kong Huangtian, looked at Great Emperor Ziwei coldly. Yang Chuan, watch carefully. This is the power of the 17th layer of heaven. It's just as well. I can take this opportunity to take revenge and end this regret, Kong Huangtian said. As he spoke, he waved the long sword in his hand. As he waved his sword, black and white sword chi seemed to appear in the void. They intertwined and rushed toward Great Emperor Ziwei. This is. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed as he thrust his long sword forward. Boom. Great Emperor Ziwei's long sword exploded. The black and white sword chi slashed across Great Emperor Ziwei's right arm. Wang. Great Emperor Ziwei's right arm instantly withered. It was so shriveled that it seemed like only a layer of skin was left. This is. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Is this the 17th layer of heaven? Yang Chuan's consciousness was surprised. The 17th layer of heaven. Although your body's cultivation is weak, I can sense that you also have the strength of the 17th layer of heaven, Kong Huangtian explained. I don't understand, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. You have my comprehension, but you haven't fully comprehended it. When you fully comprehend it, you will understand, Kong Huangtian explained. Millimeter. Yang Chuan responded softly. Kong Huangtian's sword was so powerful. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed drastically. The 17th layer of heaven? He was also at the 17th layer of heaven. Why was he so much weaker than Kong Huangtian? The other four great cultivators also looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Kong Huangtian's strength was not just a little bit stronger than before, right? On the other side, Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly tore his shriveled right arm apart. Boom. Great Emperor Ziwei quickly filled his right arm with his strength and grew another right arm. Kong Huangtian, you're still alive. Power of the Yellow Springs. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted again. With a wave of his hand, the Yellow Springs path formed a giant palm of energy that grabbed at Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's eyes turned cold. He slashed out with the sword in his hand again. It was still the same move. Black and white sword rays shot out. The giant palm of the yellow springs immediately separated. The black and white sword rays once again appeared in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. No! Great Emperor Ziwei cried out in shock. The black and white sword rays touched his legs again. Buzz! In an instant, his legs quickly shriveled until only a layer of skin was left. This is. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. This is called drawing life and infusing death. The black and white sword rays are divided into life and death. At the 17th layer of heaven, one can mobilize the power of life and death. The power of life and death is also called the power of life. It draws life and infuses death, Kong Huangtian explained to Yang Chuan. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei was terrified. He quickly tore apart his lifeless legs. Ha! Once again, he grew a new pair of legs with great strength. However, at this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei became even thinner. No matter how hard Great Emperor Ziwei tried, he was still powerless against Kong Huangtian, who was at the 17th layer of heaven. Why is this happening? Great Emperor Ziwei said with grief and indignation. He stretched out his hand and took out the seal of virtue again. Great Emperor Ziwei had no choice. If he used the seal of virtue now, he might die from having all his energy sucked out. However, that was only a possibility. If he didn't use the seal of virtue, he would definitely die. At this moment, Kong Huangtian was too terrifying. Although he was attached to Yang Chuan's body, Great Emperor Ziwei couldn't withstand the sword of life and death at all. If it had hit him directly, he might have been finished. Chapter 1480. The moment the virtuous seal appeared, a powerful force rushed down like a hot knife through butter, pressing down on Kong Huangtian and the others. The essence energy in Great Emperor Ziwei's body was also being sucked away. Even though it was extremely taxing on his body, Great Emperor Ziwei's face was still ferocious. He wanted to crush everyone into dust. Under the huge force, the 5 people below bore the brunt of it. The void was sealed, and the 5 of them couldn't escape. Kong Huangtian's face sank. Another virtuous seal? The expressions of Sho Di, Golden Great Emperor, White Tiger Great Emperor, and Xuanwu Great Emperor changed. My physical body has been destroyed, and I only have willpower left. I need the 4 of you to lend me your strength to kill Great Emperor Ziwei, Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. The eyes of the 4 lit up. I'll lend you my strength. Great Emperor White Tiger shouted and opened his arms. Kong Huangtian controlled the Great Emperor altar and sucked the Great Emperor White Tiger Great Emperor's endless power into Kong Huangtian's body. It was just like how Yang Chuan mobilized the power of an entire nation's citizens. Kong Huangtian's power instantly soared. I'll lend you mine. Great Emperor Xuanwu shouted. I'll lend you mine. Take it. Sho Di and Golden Great Emperor also replied. The power of the 4 powerhouses quickly gathered around Kong Huangtian. In the sky, the virtuous seal pressed down. It was about to reach Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's eyes turned cold. The virtuous seal. Unfortunately, you're not a virtuous supremacy after all. You're just a treasure. Moreover, your body is weak at this moment, so the execution of the seal of virtue is greatly inferior when compared to the last time. As he spoke, Kong Huangtian's sword soared into the sky. The power of the 4 powerhouses instantly gathered into one, transforming into a black and white aura that charged forward. Boom! The black and white aura collided with the virtuous seal, causing the void to shatter. With everyone as the center, the void shattered and countless stars were instantly shattered. Below, the void shattered, and a large area of land was instantly destroyed. The expression of Great Emperor Ziwei, who was controlling the virtuous seal, changed. No. Great Emperor Ziwei roared in shock. Boom. Surging power surged into the virtuous seal. Kong Huangtian's black and white chi of life and death persisted. While he was holding on, he saw that Great Emperor Ziwei was getting thinner and thinner. In just a short while, he was all skin and bones. His right hand, which was controlling the seal of virtue, was also trembling, as if he was losing control of it. You've lost. Kong Huangtian said coldly. With a shake of his hand, the chi of life and death suddenly exploded. The huge seal of great virtue instantly collapsed from Great Emperor Ziwei's hand and rushed into the starry sky. No! Great Emperor Ziwei screamed. Shieing. Wherever the long sword passed, Kong Huangtian instantly appeared in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. With a single slash, he sliced Great Emperor Ziwei into two halves. The Great Emperor of Ziwei glared at Kong Huangtian. A thin slit appeared between his eyebrows, and blood slowly seeped out. Not only has this sword drained your vitality, it has also drained your vitality. You no longer have any fate charts. Ziwei, you are dead. Kong Huangtian said calmly. The Great Emperor of Ziwei stared at Kong Huangtian. A few days ago, Great Emperor Ziwei would never have imagined that he would die in such a cowardly manner. Screech! Kong Huangtian let out a loud peacock cry. Then, he suddenly left Yang Chuan's body and transformed into a huge transparent peacock that flew into the sky. Kong Huangtian's consciousness left Yang Chuan's body. Standing in midair, the transparent peacock stared at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan looked at Kong Huangtian and bowed solemnly to him. Thank you, ancestor, Yang Chuan said solemnly. No matter how much he suspected and disapproved of Kong Huangtian in the past, at this moment, Yang Chuan understood that he had indeed benefited from Kong Huangtian countless times. Not only did Kong Huangtian save him, but more importantly, Kong Huangtian had paved a long path for him in the upcoming chaos of the world. With such a gift, as long as his path was smooth, he would reach the 17th heaven sooner or later. Kong Huangtian was his ancestor, but he had never acknowledged it before. At this moment, Yang Chuan truly accepted this ancestor in his heart, just like Bai Huang. In his life, he had given him everything that was unparalleled. Screech! The transparent peacock let out a long cry. Yang Chuan, I accept your bow. Before I ascend, I have one last thing to tell you. The transparent peacock shouted. Speak. Yang Chuan, listen carefully. Yang Chuan nodded. In the past, Hong Jun challenged the heavens and lost. However, he had a sword duel with me that transcended the mortal world. I was defeated by Hong Jun's sword, said the transparent peacock. Kong Huangtian lost. Yang Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the past, Hong Jun lost to the heavens and Kong Huangtian won? However, Hong Jun won in the sword duel between Kong Huangtian and Hong Jun? Yang Chuan raised his head, wanting to ask for clarification. Bang! The transparent peacock suddenly exploded, turning into countless light spots that were blown away by the wind. Kong Huangtian had ascended. Looking at the place where Kong Huangtian disappeared, Yang Chuan took a deep breath and bowed respectfully again. Sho Di, Golden the Arch, White Tiger the Arch, and Xuanwu the Arch also gradually recovered. Something's not right, Sho Di suddenly exclaimed. It was Great Emperor Ziwei, who was not far from Yang Chuan. Kong Huangtian had severed all of his life charts. He was already declared dead. At this moment, he suddenly moved. He slammed his palm towards Yang Chuan, who was in front of him. Yang Chuan suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Not good. Yang Chuan's expression changed. He turned his head and saw the palm coming toward him. Wasn't Great Emperor Ziwei dead? No, I know. Yang Chuan's expression changed drastically. Not long ago, when Great Emperor Rosefinch died, the Great Emperor sacrificial altar was replenishing Great Emperor Rosefinch's body. It wanted to revive Great Emperor Rosefinch. Now that Great Emperor Ziwei was dead and his life charts were gone, the Great Emperor sacrificial altar was replenishing his life charts. Was the Great Emperor sacrificial altar trying to revive Great Emperor Ziwei? Hand of Tao. Yang Chuan's expression changed drastically as he slammed his palm forward. Boom! Great Emperor Ziwei's palm exploded with a loud bang. His life chart power had only recovered a little. It was impossible for him to wield much power. The energy palm instantly shattered, and more than half of Great Emperor Ziwei's body exploded. Ah! Great Emperor Ziwei, who only had half of his body left, immediately fled into the distance without hesitation. With the Great Emperor sacrificial altar, he would recover sooner or later. Treasure, please turn around. Whoosh! A white light shot toward Great Emperor Ziwei. Boom. The road to the Yellow Springs and the walking heavenly meridian immediately appeared. Great Emperor Ziwei prepared to flee quickly. Great Emperor Ziwei fled at an extremely fast speed. The expressions of the Great Emperors changed, and they wanted to give chase. Hand of Tao, seize. Yang Chuan shouted softly. Boom. A hand stretched out, and Great Emperor Ziwei's walking heavenly meridian was pulled over. Great Emperor White Tiger and Xuanwu instantly arrived before Great Emperor Ziwei. Each of them threw a punch at Great Emperor Ziwei. Boom. Boom. Ah. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly exploded. Then, he turned into 3 streams of light that shot in 3 directions. Whoosh. Great Emperor White Tiger and Xuanwu each chased after one of them. Sho Di, on the other hand, pounced toward the Great Emperor sacrificial altar that contained the road to the Yellow Springs. Boom. Sho Di grabbed it. As for Great Emperor Yellow Gold, he had long disappeared. He rushed toward his strongest Dharma treasure, the seal of great virtue, and disappeared in front of everyone. Boom. The Ziwei celestial realm exploded with a loud bang. In the starry sky, the Ziwei celestial realm suddenly emitted a scarlet light before it dimmed. Great Emperor Ziwei had finally fallen. My lord. The heavily injured subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei cried out in grief. Treasure, please take it. Meng Sansheng shouted. A large number of heavily injured cultivators were instantly sucked into the primordial gourd. Yang Chuan stood on the Great Emperor sacrificial altar and quickly refined the walking heavenly meridian that he had seized. Yang Chuan was naturally not as skilled as Kong Huangtian. He had just seized the walking heavenly meridian, so he still needed to comprehend it. On the other side, Sho Di was erasing all the marks of Great Emperor Ziwei while refining the road to the underworld. He wanted to make it his own. He stepped on the Great Emperor sacrificial altar but did not refine it. Mo Yushi, Tongtian, Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, Miao, and Yin Tong also flew over from afar to protect Yang Chuan. Miao. What happened? Great Emperor Ziwei is also dead? Miao said in surprise. Below, there were still aftershocks of the battle. However, since Great Emperor Ziwei had fallen, most of the commanders had been absorbed by Meng Sansheng's primordial gourd. At this moment, their resistance was even weaker. Some of them even fled quickly. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The Ziwei celestial realm had completely become history. Not long after, Yang Chuan woke up and grasped the walking heavenly meridian. He opened his eyes slightly. On the other side, Meng Sansheng, Huang Luo, Emperor Minute, and Yu Lin also surrounded Sho Di. As for the other great emperors, they had all disappeared. However, at this moment, a woman in a dragon robe was standing not far from Sho Di. It was Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong had suddenly appeared. Miao. That woman has been hiding in the dark until now. Miao looked at Wu Jiong in surprise. Wu Jiong was staring at Sho Di. Sho Di opened his eyes after refining the road to the underworld. Wu Jiong took out a jade talisman. Wu Jiong, have you thought it through? Sho Di asked in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled. The divinity will help me resolve this crisis. In my opinion, the Great Emperor karmic rank is more important. I'll use it to exchange for this opportunity. I'm sure of it. Sho Di took the jade talisman and nodded slightly. Wu Jiong stepped onto the Great Emperor sacrificial altar. Boom. Wu Jiong's heaven and earth sacrificial altar landed on it and quickly merged with it. Rumble. Boom. During the process, Wu Jiong's cultivation suddenly broke through to the next level like Yang Chuan. Level 15. Sho Di looked at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong closed her eyes for a while and then opened them with satisfaction. Good. From now on, the divinity and I don't owe each other anything, Wu Jiong said solemnly. Sho Di nodded. Sho Di turned his head and took a look at Yang Chuan, who was not far away. Let's go. Whoosh. Sho Di and the other 4 people disappeared in an instant. Wu Jiong looked at Yang Chuan and said, Congratulations, Emperor Yang. Same to you. Yang Chuan nodded. Senior brother, let's go back as soon as possible. Once Yu has just escaped. Please help me to take her down and strengthen Ju. Wu Jiong said with a smile. Tongtian looked at Wu Jiong and finally nodded. Yang Chuan, goodbye. Tongtian looked at Yang Chuan. Okay. Yang Chuan nodded. Tongtian followed Wu Jiong and disappeared into the sky to chase after Wansu. Bai Qi, summon the dragon chariot and return, Yang Chuan said. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Meow. Yang Chuan, what should we do with Emperor Changsheng in my hat? Meow cried. Let him out. Yang Chuan nodded. Okay. Chapter 1481. On an island in the south of the Central Territory, ancestor. Sob. Farewell, ancestor. Sob. 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 Thousands of cultivators knelt on the island, crying and wailing. They were all cultivators from the Kong family. Kong Huangtian challenged Great Emperor Ziwei to reach the 17th layer of heaven. All the elders of the Kong family came to help with excitement. Once they reached the 17th layer of heaven, who in the world could defeat them? Great Emperor Ziwei? He was only at the 16th layer of heaven. He had only reached the 17th layer of heaven with the help of the Great Emperor's altar. That was an illusory 17th layer of heaven. In the end, Kong Huangtian succeeded. The 17th layer of heaven. The legend of the Kong family had once again created a miracle. However, this 17th layer of heaven was at the cost of one's life. In the end, he died together with Great Emperor Ziwei. For a moment, countless cultivators of the Kong family could not accept this fact. They knelt on the ground and wailed. Blind Kong also knelt down at this moment. Although his eyes were tightly shut, he could see everything that happened in the outside world clearly. Old ancestor. Blind Kong cried out. Only Peacock Z was still standing there at this moment. He clenched his fists and revealed a trace of ferocity on his face. Why? Why? Peacock Z let out a low roar that only he could hear. Ancestor, can't you see me? I am the head of the Kong family. Why did you pass everything to Yang Chuan and not to me? I am not willing, I am not willing. Peacock Z roared in a low voice. Blind Kong cried for a while and calmed down his uncontrollable emotions. Family head, let's go and pay respects to Yang Chuan. Blind Kong persuaded. Pay respects? Pay respects to what? He's just a distant relative of the Kong family. Peacock Z suddenly glared. You, family head, that's what the ancestor instructed us to do. Blind Kong immediately said in surprise. The ancestor is already dead. What else is there to say? H. How can the foundation of the Kong family fall into the hands of an outsider? Peacock Z shouted. What? Peacock Z, you. Blind Kong immediately said anxiously. Peacock Z turned his head and said coldly, remember, I am the head of the Kong family. The ancestor has fallen. I am the head of the Kong family. As he spoke, Peacock Z looked at the group of Kong family members kneeling on the ground and crying. Everyone, listen up. Although the ancestor died in this battle, it was a glorious death. The ancestor reached the 17th heavenly layer, he fulfilled his wish. Now, everyone, follow me back. We'll erect a tomb for the ancestor. Everyone, pay respects to him, shouted the Peacock Master. The Kong family disciples wiped their tears and replied, yes. Stop. Blind Kong cried out in alarm. Let's go. Peacock Z ignored him and led the Kong clan's elders towards the south. Blind Kong became anxious and quickly chased after him. The central weave. Bai Qi went to look for the six-dragon palanquin, while Yang Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Jin Dayu surrounded Miao. Miao took out her little felt hat. Who? A figure suddenly rolled out. It was the Longevity Heavenly Emperor. Where is this? Yang Chuan? The Longevity Emperor's eyes suddenly lit up. You've regained your clarity of mind. Yang Chuan looked at the Longevity Emperor. The Longevity Emperor frowned as he recalled everything. The Ziwei life refining technique is indeed domineering. I must have been blind to be fooled by those bastard. The Longevity Emperor said in a low voice. As he spoke, the Longevity Emperor suddenly saw the Great Emperor altar under Yang Chuan's feet. You killed the Great Emperor of Ziwei? The Longevity Emperor was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. How strong was the great Emperor of Ziwei? The Longevity Emperor knew very well that the great Emperor was at the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. He had a strong foundation and countless trump cards. He even had the great Emperor karmic rank and could unleash the strength of a 17th heavenly layer. Yang Chuan actually killed the great Emperor of Ziwei? It wasn't me. This great Emperor altar belongs to great Emperor Rosefinch, Yang Chuan said. Oh, Rosefinch is also dead? What happened during this period of time? The Longevity Emperor was slightly taken aback. After taking a deep breath, Yang Chuan recounted everything that had happened during this period of time. The Longevity Emperor frowned as he looked up at the sky. After a moment of silence, the Longevity Emperor let out a long sigh. The Longevity Celestial Realm. What use do I have for it? Back then, it was just a plaything. Everyone else opened the Celestial Realm. As the Great Emperor, if I don't open it, it would be meaningless. Well, I don't like being the Great Emperor anyway. After saying that, the Longevity Emperor looked at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan, I'm going to find some of my subordinates. After that, I'll go to Diasian. I don't want to be involved in politics. I'll just be a carefree foreign affairs director. Haha. The Longevity Emperor laughed. You're welcome at any time. Yang Chuan nodded. My subordinates followed me because I never treated them as subordinates. I saw them as brothers. Now that they have died because of me, I must find them. See you in Xianyang. The Longevity Emperor laughed. All right. Yang Chuan nodded. The Longevity Emperor then looked at the Great Emperor altar under Yang Chuan's feet and smiled. Yang Chuan, I won't forget what you said back then. If you get a second Great Emperor altar, I'll give you my Great Emperor altar immediately. Looking at the serious Longevity Emperor, Yang Chuan nodded solemnly. Let's go. The Longevity Emperor laughed and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Roar. Roar. Soon, the 6th dragon carriage was driven by Qi. Yang Chuan took out Kong Huangtian's sword. Yushi, this is the Blue Luan's 12 paths of reincarnation. Refine it. Yang Chuan said gently. Looking at Yang Chuan, Mo Yushi nodded. Everyone stepped onto the dragon carriage. Return to the court, Yang Chuan said. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Roar. The 6 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage to the east. In the netherworld, above the sea at the border of the outer north continent and the outer east continent. Waves rose and yin qi gathered. Dragon roars could be heard. The surrounding territories were filled with dragon roars and the ground trembled. Among them, there were 2 great experts fighting against each other. No, it should be said that one of them was toying with the other. The Nether River Patriarch and Emperor Qinglong. The Nether River Patriarch moved his finger slightly. Instantly, more than 10 Nether River Patriarchs appeared. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. At this moment, the vast sea below had already turned blood red. The figures were toying with Emperor Qinglong Dai. Emperor Qinglong controlled 2 swords of force and attacked the Nether River Patriarch crazily. However, even with the swords of force, he was no match for the Nether River Patriarch. With a stretch of his hand, he neutralized Emperor Qinglong's attacks. Swords of force. Force. The great force of the first era? Indeed powerful. The Nether River Patriarch looked at the 2 swords of force and smiled. It's a pity that you used such a trashy move with such a treasure. You're a disgrace to the great force. The Nether River Patriarch smiled. Buzz. All of a sudden, the Azure Dragon Emperor's body trembled. His body came to a halt and his eyes suddenly became clear. Hey! Emperor Ziwei is dead. The Nether River Patriarch said in surprise. Raising his head, the Nether River Patriarch looked at the sky. It was as if he could see the central territory through the netherworld. As expected, Kong Huangtian has finally broken through. It's a pity that he's just a little bit away from breaking through. Otherwise, this world would be more lively. No, this world is going to be lively soon. It doesn't matter whether he's here or not. Old Ancestor Ming shook his head and said with a smile. On the other side, Emperor Qing Long gradually regained his consciousness. Looking at the Nether River Patriarch in the distance, his expression suddenly changed. Whoosh! Emperor Qing Long took a step forward and was about to escape into the sky. The Nether River Patriarch turned his head and saw another shadow of the Nether River Patriarch appearing in front of Emperor Qing Long. Emperor Qing Long suddenly stopped in his tracks. Haha, what's wrong? You're trying to escape after regaining your consciousness? The Nether River Patriarch laughed. Nether River Patriarch, what are you trying to do? Emperor Qing Long asked in surprise. Nothing. Originally, I didn't think much of the Sword of Force. However, after your demonstration, I realized that the Sword of Force has inspired me. It just so happens that my Avicii and Yuan killer swords are still incomplete. I'll use them to make up for what I lack. The Nether River Patriarch laughed. You. The Azure Dragon Emperor yelled in shock and disbelief. Emperor Qing Long was also shocked by the Nether River Patriarch's tone. What did he mean by originally not thinking much of it? The Sword of Force was a treasure that could help one transcend. You still don't think much of it? Then, the Nether River Patriarch spoke in a determined tone. Although he said it casually, Emperor Qing Long could hear the determination in his voice. No, the Sword of Force is mine. No one can take it away from me, Emperor Qing Long roared. The Nether River Patriarch laughed evilly. Let's see if you can hold on to it. As he spoke, the Nether River Patriarch waved his hand, and the Avicii and Yuan killer swords flew out instantly. Boom! In the environment shrouded by the yin fog, there was an earth-shattering sound. For the Sword of Force, Emperor Qing Long used all his strength again. It was different from the last time. There was only one sword last time, but there were two now. In the rolling yin fog, explosions could be heard everywhere. Outside the yin fog, at the border of a territory, there was a group of figures standing there. The leader was Zombie Yang Chuan. Behind Zombie Yang Chuan stood Gigu Zi, Desolation Hua, and the 12 Beast Kings of Diezhan. The group of experts stood quietly at the peak of a mountain, watching the sea that was surrounded by yin fog. Heavenly Emperor, the Nether River Old Ancestor's strength is too strong. He can deal with the Azure Dragon Great Emperor with ease. Moreover, he is toying with him, Desolation Hua said in a deep voice. Yes, Qing Long is a peak level 15 Great Emperor. With the help of the Great Emperor karmic rank, he can reach level 16. He also has 2 Swords of Force. He is definitely a peak level 16 Great Emperor. With such strength, the Nether River Patriarch can easily deal with him without using all his strength. The Nether River Patriarch's strength, perhaps. Gigu Zi frowned. 17th Heaven. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Level 17? Everyone was shocked. No wonder Emperor Xuanwu did not dare to offend the Nether River Patriarch too much. No wonder he was so domineering in the past. He did not care about the competition of the world. It was not that he did not dare to interfere, but he did not want to. How could the Nether River Patriarch care about a group of level 14, 13, and 15 Great Emperors? Chapter 1482. In the void, there were the first, great evil, great kindness, and boundless world. The 4 great worlds were like 4 chaos spheres. They were separated from each other and now they were moving closer to each other. The great evil, great kindness, and boundless world were moving towards the first world at the center. Although no sound was heard, anyone who saw it could feel the shock. The speed of their movement was getting faster and faster. The 4 great worlds were similar. They were surrounded by the heavenly demon world. The heavenly demon world of the great evil world. Countless heavenly demons were flying around the peak of a mountain that seemed both real and illusory. Dozens of figures stood at the peak of the mountain. Most of them were surrounded by black gas. Their faces were hideous and evil. There were 8-armed evil demons, 4-faced evil demons, bat-winged evil demons, and black-boned evil demons. Among them, there was also Tian Gang, who was a transcender. There was also Yang Chuan's son, the Nether King. Everyone was standing behind a man in a wide and luxurious black robe. The man wore a lotus-shaped purple crown on his head. He had a handsome face, and there was a green lotus between his eyebrows. His eyes were deep like a pool of water, and no one could see through him. The man was the transcender of the great evil world, the lotus deity. Master, the speed of the great evil world moving towards the first world is obviously faster, Tian Gang said. The lotus deity looked into the distance and nodded gently. Yes, the 4 great worlds will merge in 10 days. 10 days? Tian Gang suddenly exclaimed. Didn't they say it was 100 years? How long had it been? Only 10 days were left. 10 days. So fast. The Nether King was also surprised. The lotus deity nodded. When the 4 great worlds merge, I will use the power of the great evil world to allow the 4 great worlds to merge smoothly. Tian Gang, Nether King, I have a mission for you. Master, please give us your orders. The 2 immediately replied. When the 4 great worlds merge, the 2 of you will bring your subordinates and capture the White Tiger Great Emperor. If he resists, kill him and bring the Great Emperor's altar to me, the lotus deity said. Permission granted. The 2 of them replied. My lord, we have failed in our duties. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost the foundation of the first world. We can only rely on a few spies to constantly send messages through the life plate. Pluto immediately admitted his guilt. Yi Tian Gang's face fell. Even though the Netherworld King was asking for forgiveness, he hadn't made any big mistakes. It was all his own fault. Yi Tian Gang kept making mistakes which led to the current situation. The Netherworld King was obviously scolding him in front of the Lotus Goddess. My lord, this subordinate has failed in his duty. Tian Gang was unable to refute and could only say hatefully. The expression of the Lotus God, who was standing at the front, changed slightly. Then, her eyes returned to being as still as a pool of dead water. Superiors did not wish for their inferiors to be as monolithic as a piece of iron. Small conflicts were not necessarily a bad thing. Forget it, it's all in the past. Lotus Goddess said indifferently. Yes. The 2 of them replied. All demon tribes, prepare for battle. Follow me to conquer the first world, the Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice. Yes. The demons behind him roared in unison. The Great Thousand World, the world where Yang Chuan lived in his first life. It was still the entrance of the heavenly demon world in the Great Thousand World, at the peak of a mountain. At this moment, a group of experts was standing there, watching from afar. The leader was dressed in an emperor's robe. He had a broad forehead and was extremely majestic. His eyes were glowing, and a soul-stirring feeling rushed out. Behind him stood people of different shapes and sizes. Most of them were standing in a subordinate position, but there were 3 who stood side by side. One of them was an extremely beautiful woman. One of them held a horsetail whisk and had a handsome face. One of them was dressed in white and carried a long bronze sword on his back. A surge of sword intent shot out from his eyes. In this man's eyes, there was only one thought. Fight, fight, fight. My husband, the speed has increased. It seems like it won't be long before we collide with the first world. The beautiful woman looked at the man in the emperor's robe and said with a frown. Huanji, you're right. 10 days. In about 10 days, the 4 worlds will merge into one. It's unstoppable. The emperor took a deep breath and said, Zhongshan, you are a transcendent of the Great Thousand Realms. Now, you are also the realm master of the Great Thousand Realms. When the 4 worlds merge into one, you need to stabilize the world, the man with the horsetail whisk said. Zhongshan nodded and said, Shen Yuan, I will. Unfortunately, Bai Huang has fallen. Otherwise, Bai Huang? The man in the white robe said with a frown. The Great Thousand Realms is a world born in the 4th epoch. It should have been the weakest one. However, nothing is absolute. The memories of the entire world were wiped away by fate. Fortunately, Bai Huang deduced everything back then and broke the seal, recalling everything. Unfortunately, I can't protect Bai Huang. Zhongshan sighed. This is not your fault. You have already done your best. Shen Yuan shook his head. I understand. Haha. Everything else is fine. However, after 1 million years, Ying should have been revived. I wonder if he will blame me when he learns of the result, Zhongshan took a deep breath. The man in the white robe shook his head and said, "Based on my understanding of Ying, he will understand you. Everything before him is not important. What is important is fate. If the people of the four realms are wiped away by fate, then everything will be meaningless," the man in the white robe said in a deep voice. "Jian'eo, you are right. Four realms combined into one. Ha. We will soon face the heroes of the four realms and the strong foundation of the first world. This is the best battlefield for you," Zhongshan said in a deep voice. Jian'eo nodded and said, 10 days later, I will challenge the heroes of the world. Shen Yuan, Jian'eo, I need you to do me a favor, Zhongshan said in a deep voice. When the four realms combine into one, the rules and laws of different worlds will clash with each other. During this period, I need to stabilize everything in the Great Thousand Realms in case we are late. I need you to help me capture a great emperor, Zhongshan said in a deep voice. A great emperor? Jian'eo's expression changed. That's right. According to Bai Huang's deduction, when the first world combined into one, it should be during the first world's second epoch. The 9 great emperors each have a great emperor karmic rank. This is something that the Great Thousand Realms does not have. Great emperor karmic rank and heavenly Tao? This is too strange. Even if I can't gather all of them, I must get one, Zhongshan said in a deep voice. All right. Jian'eo nodded in a carefree manner. Don't worry. Shen Yuan also nodded. Great Kindness World. There was no fixed realm lord in the Great Kindness World. Instead, a group of heroes divided the four realms. At this moment, a group of heroes stood at the peak of a mountain in the heavenly demon world. They looked at each other and at the same time, they could see the first world that was getting closer and closer. Everyone, what do you think? A golden-haired man shouted. There shouldn't be much time left. The four realms will combine into one soon. After discussing for a while, one of them said, when the four realms combine into one, we will be responsible for our own areas. All right. Chapter 1483. The First World. Underworld, Nether River Patriarch's Battlefield. The swords of power shone brightly. Streams of light flashed across. The four seas were waiting for Emperor Qinglong's command. However, the Nether River Patriarch was simply too powerful. A single clone was enough to defeat the Azure Dragon Emperor. The Avici and Yuantu swords stood in the air, unleashing the Hell of Avici and Hell of Yuantu. They wrapped around the two swords of power respectively. No. You can't do this. Emperor Qinglong screamed. Nether River Patriarch grinned. Bam! 4 of Nether River Patriarch's clones instantly appeared in front of him. One of them grabbed one of Emperor Qinglong's limbs. Boom! With a sudden pull, Emperor Qinglong's body seemed to have been dislocated. A loud sound was heard from his body. Emperor Qinglong screamed in pain. A huge green path appeared behind him. A huge Qinglong was circling on the path. Boom! Emperor Qinglong merged with the path. Suddenly, the path changed shape and merged with Emperor Qinglong gradually. It turned into a green dragon. Roar! The dragon roared and broke free from Nether River Patriarch's clones. True dragon path? Interesting. Unfortunately, you haven't cultivated it well enough. It's not that easy to cultivate such a path, Nether River Patriarch said calmly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! Nether River Patriarch's path suddenly appeared. It was a vast black river. The black river surged and rushed into the starry sky. As soon as the path appeared, the surrounding seas trembled violently. The surrounding void shook violently as if it was shocked by the path. Nether River Path. Nether River Patriarch smiled and waved his hand. Roar! A Qinglong rushed out of the Nether River Path. Qinglong looked exactly the same as Qinglong when Qinglong merged with his path. What? Emperor Qinglong's expression changed. Don't you know? This Nether River Patriarch is a huge space, an illusory space. If I want something, I just have to create it and convert it between illusory and corporeal. Then, I can turn illusory into corporeal. Nether River Patriarch smiled. What? How was this possible? How could a spatial divine ability be so exaggerated? Conversion between reality and illusion? You can materialize whatever you want. The Azure Dragon Emperor exclaimed in shock. You don't believe me? Let's see if it's the same as you. Patriarch Nether River smiled. Roar. Qing Long charged out of the river Styx and pounced towards Emperor Qing Long. Boom. The two dragons crashed into each other with the same force. When they collided, they were inseparable. Boom. 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 The two dragons continued to clash for a while. No, how is that possible? He has the same power as me? Emperor Qing Long exclaimed. Still don't believe me? Nether River Patriarch mocked. Then let's have another one. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenspan Underworld River appeared. Roar. Another Qing Long pounced towards Emperor Qing Long. Three Qing Long pounced on each other in mid-air. Emperor Qing Long was getting more and more shocked. Was this another one of him? Emperor Qing Long wouldn't lose to the other two Qing Long because of his Emperor karmic rank. But that river Styx was too terrifying. At this moment, Nether River Patriarch waved his hand again. Ah. Another 8 Qing Long pounced. 10 Qing Long pounced on Emperor Qing Long. Emperor Qing Long. In the distance, Zombie Yang Chuan and the others. What a strange river Styx. What a domineering river Styx. Conversion between reality and illusion? Conversion between reality and illusion? Gooey Goozy exclaimed. Needless to say, Nether River Patriarch's casual move had completely demonstrated his strength. Nether River Patriarch didn't even treat Emperor Qing Long as an opponent. More and more Qing Long pounced out from the Heavenspan Underworld River Patriarch while he went to the Avicii and Yuan killer swords and focused on devouring the swords of momentum. Rumble. The swords of momentum were surrounded by countless fortunes as though they were struggling violently. You haven't awakened from your immortalization. It's useless to struggle. Nether River Patriarch said calmly. Rumble. The battle lasted for an entire day. It wasn't a battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. There were already 100 Qing Long pouncing on Emperor Qing Long. 100 of them, and all of them were Emperor Qing Long's own strength. Even with the Emperor altar, Emperor Qing Long couldn't help but feel aggrieved. He was covered in wounds. He allowed these Qing Long pouncing on him. Rumble. Rumble. After 2 loud bangs, the swords of momentum completely shattered into pieces and were absorbed by Avicii and Yuan killer. Hum. The 2 swords vibrated. In an instant, the swords of countless swordsmen in the underworld also vibrated. Ha ha ha, you two are quite cocky. Go back and refine the swords of momentum. Nether River Patriarch laughed. He waved his sleeves and kept Avicii and Yuan killer. Then, he turned to look at the other side of the battlefield. Emperor Qing Long, who was being humiliated by 100 Qing Long, spat out blood. His face was bruised and swollen. Sigh, you asked for it. Nether River Patriarch said with a smile. He waved his sleeves. Rumble. The Heavenspan Underworld River instantly washed over the group of Qing Long. Suddenly, the 100 Qing Long turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. Emperor Qing Long was left alone with a bewildered look. How would he dare to act rashly against Nether River Patriarch? Nether River Patriarch looked at Emperor Qing Long's appearance and was in a good mood. Ha 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 ha. Nether River Patriarch laughed and put away his doppelganger, Bloodsea, and Nether River. He then walked toward the North Outer Continent and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Phew. Emperor Qing Long suddenly let out a long breath. Nether River Patriarch? He never knew that Nether River Patriarch was so terrifying and powerful. Emperor Qing Long looked at himself and smiled bitterly. He had worked so hard, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Go! Zombie Yang Chuan shouted from afar. Yes. Yang Chuan, Desolation Hua, and the 12 supreme beasts instantly rushed toward Emperor Qing Long. Emperor Qing Long suddenly noticed and looked over with a changed expression. People of Da Zhen, listen up. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Help me kill the emperors and help Da Zhen ascend to the heavenly realm. Yang Chuan's shout reverberated throughout the world. 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation, the 12 beasts shouted. Boom! A huge explosion shook the surroundings. The statue of Yang Chuan above the Great Qin city transformed into the 18 claws Fate Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon of Fate roared, and Yang Chuan's voice instantly spread throughout the Netherworld. At that moment, countless people in the Netherworld's outer East continent and inner South continent looked up at the sky and were shocked by Yang Chuan's voice. Kill the emperors and establish the heavenly realm? In their excitement, countless people quickly raised their right hands. Waves of energy were extracted and poured into the 18 claws Fate Golden Dragon. The 18 claws Fate Golden Dragon seemed to have traveled through time and space and quickly appeared not far away from zombie Yang Chuan. Boom! The power of the people of the two continents quickly poured into zombie Yang Chuan's body. Bang! A pair of dragon bone wings suddenly spread out. Yang Chuan's eyes glowed red as he spat out blood-red fangs and roared. Roar! A huge roar rushed out. The void trembled. Zombie Yang Chuan's power reached its limit. Fiend Star, enter the formation, Desolation Transformation shouted. Boom! A ray of starlight seemed to have traveled through time and space and rushed into the 12 capital heaven divine wraith. 10,000 dragons fate. Gooey Goose's voice came from afar. Roar! Roar! Countless dragon veins sounded, and the power of fate rushed toward the 12 capital heaven divine wraith. 12 capital heaven divine wraith, gather! The 12 sovereign beasts shouted. The 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation enveloped Emperor Qinglong and Yang Chuan, but it didn't attack. It only enveloped them and transformed Desolation Transformations and Gooey Goose's fate. The two forces pressed down on the 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation from above and below. The billowing power rushed toward Yang Chuan's body. Everyone's power poured into zombie Yang Chuan's body. The power was so great that even though Yang Chuan's body was extremely strong, veins popped out on his face. The power formed a golden lightning-like energy body around his body. Yang Chuan! Emperor Qinglong exclaimed. Emperor Qinglong, it's time to settle the grudge of the past. Zombie Yang Chuan said with a ferocious face. After speaking, zombie Yang Chuan didn't care about Emperor Qinglong's attitude and rushed forward. Zombie Yang Chuan's 13th heaven had mobilized the power of the people of the 72 territories and transformed into the body of a general. His power had reached the peak of the 15th heaven. In addition to the 12 capital heaven divine wraith, star wraith, and fate, zombie Yang Chuan's power had reached the 16th heaven. In an instant, he exploded and attacked the azure dragon. Roar! Qinglong was furious and clawed at zombie Yang Chuan. Zombie Yang Chuan's face was ferocious as he punched. Boom! When the fist and claw collided, the void instantly shattered. Crack! The dragon claw was instantly broken. Emperor Qinglong, who was already injured, suddenly changed his expression. Zombie Yang Chuan's power was so strong, his physical body was actually stronger than his. Rascal, how dare you! Emperor Qinglong said furiously. Black Dragon! Zombie Yang Chuan roared. Boom! The great Tao of the Black Dragon suddenly exploded. Zombie Yang Chuan's body swayed and merged with the great Tao. Roar! The great Tao of the Black Dragon was also transforming and suddenly turned into a huge black dragon. The huge black dragon was half the size of Qinglong Roar. The black dragon roared and instantly tangled with Qinglong Roar. The two dragons used their claws and jaws to tear each other apart. Dang! 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 The claws and teeth clashed with the black dragon's body and let out a loud metallic sound. It was as if they couldn't break through the black dragon's skin. However, the black dragon was different. Bam! Its claws pierced into Qinglong's body and its jaws bit onto Qinglong's neck. Rip! It suddenly tore. Instantly, Qinglong's stomach was ripped open and blood spurted out from his body. Roar! Qinglong roared in pain. However, the black dragon seemed to be enjoying it very much. Qinglong's blood splattered on the black dragon's body and was absorbed into the black dragon's body in the blink of an eye. Roar! The black dragon became more ferocious. Qinglong's stomach was ripped open, but he became weaker. They were entangled for another half a day. Crack! The black dragon bit off Qing Long's neck. Roar. The black dragon roared excitedly and opened its mouth to swallow quickly. Roar. In one gulp, the black dragon completely swallowed the azure dragon into its stomach. Emperor Qing Long died, leaving a great emperor karmic position in the air. Roar. The black dragon roared excitedly to the sky. The roar shook the underworld. In an instant, the entire underworld was filled with the black dragon's roar. Chapter 1484. Roar. The black dragon roared excitedly at the sky. Its roar shook the entire netherworld. Instantly, the entire netherworld was filled with the black dragon's roar. As it roared, the black dragon quickly refined and devoured Qing Long, and its body swelled up. At the same time, the heaven and earth sacrificial altar appeared below the black dragon and landed on the arch sacrificial altar. Boom! The two sacrificial altars collided and quickly merged. As the black dragon swelled, its body coiled around the arch sacrificial altar. Its body emitted a majestic aura as black light shot into the sky. Rumble. The sea was filled with the sound of dragon bones clanging. Waves of black gas enveloped the black dragon. Not far away, the 12 capital heaven divine wraith array was dispelled. The paragons of the 12 kingdoms, Desolation Hua, and Gui Guzi gathered together and waited for the result of the black gas. Ao Dong, you have been the dragon monarch for so many years. You should know a lot about the dragon race. Why do I feel that the heavenly the arch and the great Tao merging into a black dragon? Ninth Rat looked at Ao Dong curiously. Ao Dong frowned slightly and said, the heavenly Theacher's black dragon great Tao and the arch Qing Long's Qing Long great Tao should be a true dragon. True dragon? Ninth Rat did not understand. Ao Dong nodded. True dragons are not the dragon race. The dragon race is all evolving toward the true dragon. Unfortunately, it is too difficult. Evolving? I know. If the carp race, the snake race, the turtle race, and even the horse race give up on evolving, they can also evolve toward the dragon race, the snake emperor asked. That's right. To be precise, they are evolving toward the true dragon. Unfortunately, this is a never-ending path. Ao Dong explained. Oh. Ninth Rat did not understand. What is a true dragon? The snake emperor asked. A true dragon is the sky. The sky is a true dragon. Sky is formless and boundless. No one can describe its specific form. What is the sky? The sky's form is the true dragon, Ao Dong explained. Sky. Everyone looked at Ao Dong. Isn't heaven and earth formed from the 3,000 heavenly Taos? What does it have to do with the true dragon? Bai Ditien frowned. Ao Dong shook his head. I don't know. Buzz. Everyone was startled. The form of fate, a true dragon? Almost everyone suddenly turned to look at the black fog shrouding the black dragon. Everyone, I don't know anything else. Let's just wait and see. Ao Dong said again. Everyone nodded and looked at the true dragon, the son of heaven, who was about to come out. Roar. The dragon roared. With a loud bang, all the black fog in the surroundings was dispersed. Zombie Yang Chuan returned to his original form. He opened his arms, and the black dragon bone wings on his back were surrounded by a dense black aura. He bared his fangs and pointed his mouth at the moon. Roar. Yang Chuan roared, and the huge moon immediately infused a strand of moonlight into the mouth of the zombie Yang Chuan. The great emperor's sacrificial altar also poured endless energy into zombie Yang Chuan's body. A loud noise suddenly came from the zombie's body. Boom. Then, a surging aura formed a ripple that spread out in all directions. Phew. The zombie let out a long cry of satisfaction. Boom. Yang Chuan retracted his dragon bone wings and fangs, and returned to normal. 14th Heavenly Layer. Yang Chuan clenched his fists, and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He finally recovered the cultivation of his first life. Looking at the great emperor's sacrificial altar under his feet, Yang Chuan finally reached the 14th Heavenly Layer. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor, for reaching the 14th Heavenly Layer. Hua Qiliang's eyes were sharp, and he saw the difference with a glance. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Immediately, everyone congratulated. No, it should be congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Gooey Goose's eyes lit up. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor, everyone said again. Phew, I thought I would have to wait for a while. Who would have thought that this great emperor's sacrificial altar would be so powerful? Zombie Yang Chuan looked at the great emperor's sacrificial altar and said. Everyone also looked at the great emperor's sacrificial altar under Yang Chuan's feet. However, Yang Chuan raised his head and roared towards the sky. All citizens of the world, listen up. We have used the power of the citizens to slaughter Emperor Qinglong. From this moment onwards, the underworld will reach the heavenly court, and it will be promoted to the heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom. A golden dragon of fate suddenly appeared from Yang Chuan's body, and the golden dragon of fate roared as it madly flew towards the great Qin city. Within the dragon's roar, zombie Yang Chuan's voice rumbled throughout the world. Roar. In just a moment, the underworld's 2 continents and 72 territories were filled with Yang Chuan's voice. Heavenly realm? Almost all of the citizens felt quite startled. At this moment, the great Qin city was madly absorbing fate, virtue, fate, and fate from all around. In just a moment, above the great Qin city, multicolored light soared into the sky and shone in all directions. Boundless virtue, fate, and fate gathered and turned into streaks of colorful light. It was impossible to tell how many colors there were, and it was incomparably dazzling. Countless dew rain descended from the void. As the dew rain fell, countless cultivators instantly felt their bodies relax, and some of the weaker cultivators even broke through on the spot. Heavenly music drifted throughout the great heavenly realm, and countless images of immortal birds and divine beasts flew in all directions. The entire great heavenly realm was enveloped in an intense festive atmosphere. Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! Endless cheers could be heard everywhere. While the underworld was in such a state, Yang Chuan in the Yang realm also rushed to Xianyang city. All citizens of the world, listen up. We have slaughtered Emperor Rosefinch. From this moment onwards, the Yang realm will achieve the heavenly court, and it will be promoted to the heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom. Yang Chuan's voice instantly sounded in the Yang realm's eastern continent. Cheers rumbled throughout the world. Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Xianyang city and the great Qin city were surrounded by 3,000 heavenly dows. It was as if even the heavenly dows were congratulating the establishment of the heavenly realm. At the same time, in the western continent, all citizens of the great Zhou dynasty, listen up. From this moment onwards, the great Zhou heavenly court will be promoted to the great Zhou heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom. The promotion of the great Zhou dynasty and the great Shan dynasty caused a powerful aura to spread throughout the world. Countless experts in the world stopped what they were doing and looked at the 2 dynasties. In a short period of time, the world had changed too quickly. In a valley, Emperor Chang Sheng found a group of subordinates and turned to the east when he sensed the changes in the world. The great heavenly realm? Ha ha! Emperor Chang Sheng exclaimed. My lord, the 2 great emperors Rosefinch and Qinglong are also dead? One of the subordinates frowned. That's right. Do you feel it? 3 powerful gravitational waves are coming, and the 4 realms are about to merge, Emperor Chang Sheng said. Merging? Everyone was shocked. Emperor Chang Sheng did not say anything. Instead, he raised his head and said, From today onwards, I will withdraw from the heavenly longevity realm. From now on, the heavenly longevity realm will cease to exist, and the world will follow its natural course. Boom. The celestial longevity plane collapsed. Countless cultivators around the Sinan continent looked at the sky in shock. After all, the heavenly longevity realm had only been established for a short period of time. Countless cultivators could only sigh. In the blink of an eye, the world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Around the Sinan continent, Golden Palace. Buzz. Golden Palace was surrounded by rolling merits. Countless subordinates of the Golden Emperor came to protect him. The Golden Emperor had obtained the seal of great virtue. No matter what happened in the outside world, the Golden Emperor did not care. The most important thing now was to improve himself. Around the Sinan continent, Eastern Territory, Dongfang Bubai walked out of the palace and looked to the east. Then, he looked to the south where the Golden Emperor lived, then to the west. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Sect Master? A few subordinates walked up to him respectfully. The four realms are about to merge, Dongfang Bubai said in a deep voice. The four realms are about to merge, Meng Lingtian said in surprise. Nodding, Dongfang Bubai said, yes. An old friend from the second era should be back. Sect Master's old friend? Back? Did he go to the other three worlds? Meng Lingtian said with wide eyes. He went to the Great Kindness World. Dongfang Bubai nodded. Netherworld, North Outer Continent. Chujiang Palace. Nether River Patriarch looked at the Avicii and Primordial Killer Swords with satisfaction. Then, he reached out and slashed. Boom. A huge hole appeared in the void. Nether River Patriarch instantly stepped into it. The hole slowly closed, and two heavenly demons flew out. Nether River Patriarch stepped into the heavenly demon world. It was Snake Spirit who welcomed Nether River Patriarch. Greetings, Nether River Patriarch. Snake Spirit smiled. Where's Fushi? Nether River Patriarch asked. The four realms are about to merge. The king has gone to the Wuji platform to observe the ceremony, Snake Spirit said. Bring me there. Nether River Patriarch said. Yes. Great Qin City. Zombie Yang Chuan had returned. He stood in front of the central palace. Zombie Yang Chuan raised his head and looked at the sky. The officials stood respectfully. Congratulations, Great Emperor. The officials congratulated. Zombie Yang Chuan only nodded, but his expression was extremely solemn. Through the Great Emperor karmic position, I can feel that the four realms are about to merge. Inform the city lords of the various territories to comfort and protect the people. During the merger of the four realms, there will definitely be a great collision between heaven and earth. The world will be in turmoil. We need to protect the people, Zombie Yang Chuan said. Yes. Everyone was shocked. Gui Guzi walked behind Yang Chuan. Great Emperor, news came from the Great Kindness World. In half a day at most, the four realms will merge. Gui Guzi said. Oh. Zombie Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. Also, he said that the Great Kindness World is not as simple as the rumors say. It's very deep and has countless experts. Gui Guzi whispered. I can also guess that the Great Kindness World's foundation is the foundation of the second era. It's naturally much stronger than the Great Wide World. Yang Chuan nodded. Yes. However, Great Shen has many grievances with the Lotus God. I'm worried that. Wait for my orders, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. In infinity. The form of the first world was a chaos sphere that was safely fixed in infinity. One could vaguely see a dividing line in the middle that divided the first world into two. Half was the Yang realm, and the other half was the Netherworld. From three different directions, three balls of chaotic origin of the same size were hurtling toward him at an extremely fast speed. One was black, one was white, and one was gold. They were so fast that it seemed like they would perish together in the next moment. The collision between heaven and earth of the four realms. Chapter 1485. The four realms were getting closer and closer. Unification was imminent. All living beings in the world had just recovered from the great changes not long ago. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat. They felt as if their hearts were about to jump out of their mouths. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing. They walked out of their residences and looked up at the sky, feeling this inexplicable heart beating wildly. What's wrong with me? Why is my heart beating so fast? It's as if I didn't do anything. Me too. Something seems to have happened. So strong. All living beings fell silent, waiting for something to happen. This was the four realms approaching. The huge gravitational force affected all living beings imperceptibly. After a while, a buzzing sound suddenly spread throughout the world. All living beings widened their eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. Everyone looked up at the sky. In Wuji, the 4 Tai Chi spheres were getting closer and closer. As they approached, the 4 heavenly demon realms were the first to bear the brunt. The powerful suction force instantly sucked countless heavenly demons into Wuji. As soon as they entered Wuji, they instantly disappeared into nothingness. The great evil realm was the first to reach the first realm. Countless powerhouses stared at the moment of final contact. It was getting closer and closer. The Nether River Patriarch, Fushi, Snake Spirit, Meng Rongrong, and the explosive Beast King all stared at the place of contact. The outermost heavenly demon realm was close together. At an extremely terrifying speed, they finally made contact. Hong tilde 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 tilde. A huge sound instantly filled the entire heavenly demon realm. A huge shock was produced, and countless heavenly demons were instantly blasted apart. 64 trigrams, fix the heavenly demon realm. Fushi shouted softly. Boom! Fushi's shout instantly spread throughout the heavenly demon realm of the first realm. The entire heavenly demon realm paused for a moment. On the other side, a shout also came from the great evil realm. Fix the heavenly demon realm. Boom! The heavenly demon realm made contact. The collision between the two realms began. After charging through the heavenly demon realm, what followed was the real collision between heaven and earth. The great evil realm's collision location happened to be in the direction of the outer southern continent. While all living beings in the world were waiting for the result, the outer southern continent welcomed a shocking scene. In the starry sky, countless stars suddenly exploded. Boom! Boom! During the Big Bang, countless black holes appeared in the sky of the outer southern continent. Countless black holes crazily absorbed the light. The entire southern outer continent was gloomy. A huge suction force rushed down. Below, countless soil, rocks, plants, animals, rivers, and seawater were sucked up by a suction force. Ah! Help! Master, save me! Ah! In the outer south continent, countless cries sounded out as countless creatures were sucked into the sky. Countless miserable cries sounded out. Countless peerless experts from all over the world frowned as they watched. Yang Chuan, in his human form, stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace and stared at the south. Yang Chuan was at the 14th heavenly layer, and his eyesight wasn't good enough. However, with the great monarch's altar, his strength had risen to the 15th heavenly layer. Naturally, he could see the situation in the outer south continent clearly. It was incomparably magnificent. The entire outer south continent was shrouded in a tremendous force. He could vaguely see the gloominess of the southern continent. They are here. All cities, activate the city defense formation, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. In the outer south continent, the world was in chaos. The great evil world descended and charged towards the outer south continent. In the great evil world, at the peak of a huge palace, the Lotus deity led countless demons and waited with rapt attention. The collision point of the two worlds, the outer south continent of the Yang realm? It's about to crash. The Lotus deity shouted. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The collision shook the world. Regardless of whether it was the first world or the great evil world, they were instantly filled with this loud noise. A huge shockwave rushed from the outer south continent to all directions. The entire world of the Yang realm experienced a huge earthquake in an instant. In the first world, 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared out of thin air. Rolling power surged in all directions, calming the impact of this huge collision. Even so, there were still countless storms blowing in all directions, and the airflow of the entire Yang realm was completely chaotic. With the exception of a few experts, ordinary birds would be swept away as soon as they flew into the sky. Rumble. The loud noise in the outer south continent continued. Under the huge collision, it was chaotic for a moment. Everything in the outer south continent could not be seen clearly, as if the world had returned to chaos. Heavenly Emperor, We've lost contact with all the spies in the outer south continent. Yi Feng frowned. Yang Chuan nodded. Even with Yang Chuan's eyesight, he could not see the outer south continent. He could only see the edge of the outer south continent. Along with the seawater, there were countless demons wreaking havoc in the sky. The great evil world has descended. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. Everything was just the beginning. The great evil world had descended. Next was the great kindness world. The outer west continent of the netherworld welcomed the collision of the great kindness world. Just like the Yang realm, under the huge collision, demons flew everywhere, and countless living beings and dead spirits suffered. The entire outer west continent of the netherworld fell into chaos. In the outer west continent of the netherworld, the White Tiger Emperor's forces. The White Tiger Emperor looked at the collision of the great kindness world and his face darkened. White Tiger Celestial Realm. Protect. Boom. The White Tiger Emperor wanted to protect the Tiger tribe's outer west continent. Unfortunately, the collision of heaven and earth was not something the White Tiger Emperor could face. Boom. The outer west continent of the netherworld fell into chaos. Yang Chuan, the zombie of the outer east continent, suddenly could not see anything in the outer west continent. He could only see white and golden light shooting out from the direction of the outer west continent. Wherever the light passed, countless vengeful spirits were instantly purified. Then, it was the great wide world. In the great wide world, a huge floating city with the words Lingxiao Heavenly Court written on it. The leader was a man in a golden dragon robe. He was the realm lord of the great wide world, Zhongshan. He looked into the distance. 3,000 heavenly Dao, defend. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The great wide world collided with the outer north continent of the Yang realm. In an instant, the outer north continent was in chaos. A large number of things and living beings on the ground were all swept up. Rumble. As they collided, the outer north continent gradually fell into chaos. Heaven and earth collided, and the four worlds collided. Looking from Wuji, the four realms looked like four huge spheres leaning against each other. 3 of the spheres were glued to the sphere in the middle. Some of them fused with each other. In other words, a part of each world fused with the outer south continent of the Yang realm, the outer north continent of the Yang realm, and the outer west continent of the netherworld. During the fusion period, it was chaos. The heavenly demons of the four worlds scurried around each other as if they were trying to fight for their respective territories. The shape of the four worlds turned into a strange shape. It was a four-sphere that was stuck together. Heavenly Demon World. Fushi, Patriarch Nether River, and Snake Spirit were watching all of this. The four worlds collided and the four worlds merged into one. Patriarch Nether River said in a deep voice. It's merged, but it's not primordial chaos yet. Fushi said in a deep voice. King, what is primordial chaos? Snake Spirit asked curiously. It's the true fusion into one, turning into primordial chaos and transcending everything. Of course, it can also be seen from the shape. The other 3 worlds have each fused a continent. Next, more continents will be fused. It can also be said that they will overlap with each other. When they completely overlap into a sphere, they will completely fuse into one, which is primordial chaos. Fushi explained. That means we still have time. Snake Spirit's eyes lit up. Fushi nodded. There's still a little time, but it's almost time. Patriarch Nether River suddenly looked at Fushi. Fushi, are you ready to face fate? Fushi looked at Patriarch Nether River and smiled. He did not speak but took a deep breath and looked at Wuji in the distance. He suddenly exhaled, and a strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Patriarch Nether River looked at Fushi and smiled. He did not continue to ask because it was meaningless to ask now. I'm going back, Patriarch Nether River said in a deep voice. Fushi nodded. Slash. Patriarch Nether River suddenly slashed, and a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Patriarch Nether River instantly entered between heaven and earth and flew quickly to his 10 palaces. Yang Realm, East Outer Continent, Xianyang City. Yang Chuan in human form looked at the South Outer Continent and then at the North Outer Continent and took a deep breath. Great Emperor, The south outer continent is the evil world of the Lotus God, and the north outer continent is the good world of Mount Zhong, Gui Guzi said in a deep voice. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. Reporting to the great emperor, there's news from the underworld. Yi Feng immediately reported. Oh. There's movement on the Yellow Springs Road in the underworld. 2 figures entered the north outer continent from the chaotic Yang realm. Yi Feng said. People from the greater thousand world? Yang Chuan's expression changed. It should be. A man in white with a sword on his back. His sword intent soared into the sky. The sentry was an ancient immortal. Looking from afar, he felt as if a sword had pierced into the depths of his soul. He froze there and only recovered after a while. The sword intent in his heart collapse. Yi Feng said. Invisible sword intent. Gui Guzi said solemnly. It's Jian. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. The other man was holding a horsetail whisk. After entering the underworld, illusory images of babies flew around him. Each of them had a pair of white wings and were incomparably holy. An extremely peaceful feeling spread out. The other sentry was also an ancient immortal. Looking from afar, he felt a sense of peace and happiness. He lost himself in his longing and only recovered after a long time, Yi Feng said. That's Shen Yuan. Yang Chuan nodded. Where are the 2 of them going? Gui Guzi asked. I don't know. Wait for the news from the sentry. Reporting. A sentry quickly came from afar. They're here. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Reporting to the great emperor, the Xuanwu Hall in the north outer continent of the underworld has been inexplicably attacked. 2 great experts have descended and are clashing with the Xuanwu great emperor. Reporting. News from the south outer continent of the underworld. The Transcendent's heavenly star and Pluto have appeared at the Yellow Springs Road and are heading towards the west outer continent of the underworld. Reporting. News quickly gathered in front of Yang Chuan. Chapter 1486. The Great Collision of Heaven and Earth. The Yang realm's outer south continent, outer north continent, and outer west continent were all in chaos. However, as time passed, the chaotic lands of the 3 continents gradually cleared up. At this moment, almost all the experts in the world understood that the world was going to be in chaos. Outer East Continent, Xianyang City. In the study room. A group of officials stood respectfully in front of the desk. Liu Gang reported the news that the factory guards had received. Your Majesty, Emperor Xuanwu has been killed. Liu Gang's eyelids twitched wildly. Xuanwu has been killed? Yang Chuan frowned slightly. Jian Ao and Shen Yuan? Guiguzi said solemnly. It seems that too many things have happened in the vast thousand worlds in the past million years. When I fought with Zhongshan, Jian Ao was at most 14th heaven? A million years. Too many things have happened. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. The ministers nodded in agreement. After all, the Black Tortoise Great Emperor was also at the peak of the 15th heaven. With the help of the Great Emperor karmic rank, he had the strength of the 16th heaven. However, he was still killed. This meant that Jian Ao and Shen Yuan were definitely stronger than the Black Tortoise Great Emperor. Your Majesty. A voice came from outside the study room. Come in. A factory guard respectfully walked to Liu Gang and bowed to Yang Chuan. Your Majesty, there was a great battle at the border between the outer west continent and the inner south continent. Emperor White Tiger was finally captured and escorted to the Yang realm, the factory guard said respectfully. Oh. Emperor White Tiger was captured. Yang Chuan's eyes darkened. The situation of the great emperors not long ago has completely collapsed. Lu Buwei smiled bitterly. Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Rosefinch, Emperor Xuanwu, and Emperor Qinglong are dead. Emperor White Tiger is a prisoner. Emperor Chang Sheng gave up on the heaven realm. Only Emperor Huang Jin is left. Yi Feng nodded. Back then, the heaven realm was established with an unstoppable momentum. And now, the officials took a deep breath and looked at Yang Chuan. There are heroes in every generation. Let's see who will have the last laugh. The The Great Thousand World and the Great Evil World had just descended, and their strength was evident. 2 great emperors were captured and killed in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng explained, "Great Emperor, our spies in the 3 realms have sent us news again. Back then, when heaven and earth collided, our spies only suffered some injuries and didn't die. The news is that the 2 realms are rapidly fusing. As they fuse, the 3,000 heavenly Taos of their respective realms and the 3,000 heavenly Taos of our first world complement each other." Yang Chuan nodded. "Wang Jian," Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. "Present." Wang Jian stepped forward. Yang Chuan took out a letter and said, "Head to the northern outer continent and meet Zhong Shan personally. Pass this letter to him." "Yes." Wang Jian replied. 1 month later. The north outer continent of the Yang realm, the place where the greater 1,000 realms first intersected with each other. Rumble. The world regained its clarity, but the entire outer north continent was still shaking. In a huge floating city in the outer north continent. It was called the Ling Xiao Imperial Court. The Ling Xiao Imperial Court was where the realm lord of the Great Thousand World resided. In the center of the palace, it was called the Immortal Palace. In the palace, there were many officials and generals. Zhong Shan sat on the dragon throne in the center. He wore a golden dragon robe, and golden rays were emitted from the dragon throne. The golden rays pierced through the ground and shot out in all directions, suppressing the heaven and earth and stabilizing the 2 realms. "Yi Yang, how are the reports from the other realms?" Zhong Shan asked. "Realm Lord, the Great Thousand World was 200 times bigger than before. Now, the space has condensed and the Yang 9 Yin 6 realms has returned to its original state. The Great Thousand World's northern continent and the First World's outer north continent are fusing together. The other 8 continents of the Yang world are located to the north of this place. Our Ling Xiao Imperial Court is the center of the world," Yi Yang said respectfully. Zhong Shan nodded. "Report." A shout came from outside the palace. Soon, a guard rushed into the palace. "Realm Lord, Wang Jian of the Great Shan Heavenly Realm requests an audience on behalf of Great Shan Great Emperor," the guard said respectfully. "Wang Jian?" Zhong Shan's expression changed. The civil and military officials were in an uproar, and then their expressions froze. Everyone held their breaths and no longer spoke. 1,000,000 years ago, the final battle of the Great Thousand World was still fresh in the minds of the old officials. Back then, Great Qin's Ying clan led the Great Qin's officials to the final battle with them. "Invite him in," Zhong Shan said solemnly. Zhong Shan used the word invite instead of invite. The difference of 1 word was enough to show how much importance Zhong Shan placed on Yang Chuan. Soon, Wang Jian was invited into the palace and the officials looked at him. Great Shan Heavenly Realm's 6th Army Commander, Wang Jian, is here on behalf of Great Emperor to greet Realm Lord Zhong, Wang Jian said solemnly. "I am relieved that Ying clan is able to recover. He owes me a fair and square battle." Zhong Shan laughed. Wang Jian smiled and said, "Great Emperor has never forgotten the battle between Great Emperor and Realm Lord Zhong. Before I came, Great Emperor asked me to bring a letter for Realm Lord Zhong to take a look." Wang Jian took out the letter sent by Yang Chuan and handed it over. A eunuch quickly came up and took the letter, walked up to the stage and handed it over to Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan immediately opened the letter and read it. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent. As time passed, Outer South Continent gradually regained its clarity. The 2 realms merged and the heavenly Tao merged. Heaven and earth were still trembling. At the peak of a huge mountain, countless lotus flowers surrounded it. At the center was a huge lotus flower. Lotus God sat cross-legged on the lotus flower. The lotus flower that Lotus God sat on had 17 colors. It slowly released light and suppressed the entire Outer South Continent. A group of demons stood respectfully around it. More and more people were arriving one after another. Whoosh, whoosh. Several more rays of light shot over. It was the Nether King and Tian Gang who had escorted the White Tiger Emperor. The White Tiger Emperor was surrounded by a large number of chains. He was completely bound and could not move. At this moment, The White Tiger Emperor looked at the Nether King and Tian Gang, who had captured him in fear. In the past, he looked down on these two people. In such a short time, they actually made him a prisoner. How did their strength increase so quickly? It was Lotus God. It must be Lotus God. Both of her subordinates had captured him. How strong was the Lotus God? Although the White Tiger Emperor was captured, he still had his eyesight. Looking at the trembling void and the Lotus God sitting on the huge lotus flower, he instantly understood that it was this person who had suppressed an entire world. My lord, the White Tiger Emperor has been captured. Under his feet is the Emperor altar. It is indeed magical. The Nether King laughed. Lotus God opened her eyes gently and looked at the Emperor altar under the White Tiger Emperor's feet. Divine light flickered in her eyes, and she raised her eyebrows. My lord, is there anything wrong? Tian Gang asked curiously. Lock him up first. After I suppress this world, I will investigate again, Lotus God said in a low voice. Yes. The two answered. Without the Nether King and Tian Gang's help, the subordinates quickly brought the White Tiger Emperor away. Tian Gang took a deep breath. My lord, the great evil world has already arrived in the first world. Should we take revenge? Revenge? The Nether King's expression changed. Tian Gang ignored the Nether King and looked at Lotus God. My lord, Yang Chuan of the Great Shan Empire insulted me and offended my lord. He is irreconcilable with the great evil world. I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the demon race to destroy Xianyang and capture Yang Chuan. I am also willing to go. The Nether King immediately added. Lotus God looked at the two with an indifferent expression. My lord, the Great Shan Empire occupies a huge territory. If we destroy Yang Chuan, we will gain a huge territory. This battle is feasible. A four-faced demon said respectfully. I am willing to be the vanguard. The group of demons immediately shouted. Lotus God sat on the huge lotus flower and looked at Xianyang City in the distance. In the sky above Xianyang City, fate energy was boundless. In another 10 days, the outer south continent where the great evil world and the first world merged will be stabilized. The 8 divisions of the left will quickly conquer the outer south continent. Lotus God said in a low voice. Yes. At that time, Tian Gang, if you want to do it, go ahead. Lotus God said indifferently. Yes. Tian Gang was overjoyed. 10 days was just right. Tian Gang gathered a large number of experts from the great evil world and sent them all to Xianyang City. He was confident that the power of an entire world was not something Yang Chuan could resist. The Yang world and the outer south continent had merged into one. Countless demons quickly spread across the world. After losing Kong Huangtian, the Kong family, which used to be the ruler of the outer south continent, immediately became cold. Countless experts left one after another. Now, a large number of demons were running everywhere. The Kong family, which was already in danger, immediately became worse. Kong family, Imperial Palace. Peacock Zi entered the Imperial Palace. Family head, 3 more territories have been occupied by the demons. The Kong family's forces have been completely defeated, a subordinate said in grief and indignation. Leave. Peacock Zi said in a low voice. Yes. Only Blind Kong and Peacock Zi were left in the palace. Bastard, why did the old ancestor give the inheritance to Yang Chuan and not to me? Peacock Zi said angrily. Bang. He smashed the table with a palm. Family head, please follow the old ancestor's last wish. Blind Kong continued to persuade. Last wish. HMPH, Blind Kong, don't you know? That Yang Chuan and the Lotus God have an irreconcilable enmity. Are we going to side with Yang Chuan? Do you want to lead the family to destruction? Peacock Zi shouted angrily. Not necessarily. HMPH, he is only a distant relative of the Kong family. He can only side with the Kong family. I will never side with him. Peacock Zi said coldly. Sigh. Blind Kong sighed softly. Xianyang City. In Yang Chuan's study, everyone had left. Only Yang Chuan sat alone on the dragon throne in the study. Yang Chuan held a small golden ball in his hand. It was the purple cloud palace that Wu Jiong had given to Yang Chuan. In the small ball, there was a sun with 9 planets revolving around it. The third blue planet emitted strong signs of life. Earth. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Miao was lying on the side. Miao, Yang Chuan, why are you looking at this? Is that the purple cloud palace? Oh right, it's called Earth. Miao approached curiously. Yes, I want to go in and take a look. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Miao, now? Miao's eyes widened. Yang Chuan nodded lightly. Miao, I want to go too. I want to go with you, Miao. Miao suddenly shouted excitedly. Chapter 1487. Miao, I want to go too. I want to go with you, Miao. Miao suddenly shouted excitedly. Miao's little claws desperately grabbed Yang Chuan's clothes, as if it was afraid that Yang Chuan would not bring it along. All right, you can come along, but... Yang Chuan looked at Miao. What? Miao stared innocently. On Earth, almost everyone is mortal, and all the cats are mortal too. No cat can talk, so don't talk in front of people, don't alarm them, Yang Chuan said. Miao, don't worry, I won't talk. Miao immediately promised. But Yang Chuan looked at Miao's promise and felt that it was not reliable. All right. Then, let's go, right now. Miao shouted. Yang Chuan shook his head. Not now. The purple cloud palace was sealed by Hong Jun, who mastered the time magic. The time in the purple cloud palace is different from the outside world. Different. Miao stared at the interior. Vaguely, it found something strange. There is also a small ball like this in Mount Zhong. He went in and mentioned that the time in the outside world is 1 to 1,000, which means that 1 year in the inside world is 1,000 years in the outside world. But I just studied it and found that the time in the inside world has changed, and it is not 1 to 1,000 anymore. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Ah! What is the ratio? It should be 1 to 1 million. Miao, 1 to 1 million? Isn't that the time in the inside world has stopped? 1 million years in the outside world is only 1 year in the inside world. Miao was surprised. Almost, but that is only relative. The people in the inside world cannot feel it. It has been more than a year since the last time we entered Mount Zhong. Yang Chuan nodded. Then what should we do? Won't it be terrible if we go in? A day inside is equivalent to decades in the outside world. Miao was conflicted. Yang Chuan nodded. This was also the reason why Yang Chuan had not entered the Purple Cloud Palace after obtaining it. No one knew how many things would happen in the next few decades. Report. A guard shouted from outside the hall. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. The Longevity Monarch has brought a group of subordinates to Xianyang to seek an audience with the Longevity Monarch. The guard shouted from outside the palace. Longevity Emperor? Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. What's wrong? Miao looked at Yang Chuan. Have you forgotten? Back then, when the Changsheng Heavenly Emperor fought against Kong Huangtian, we were there. The Longevity Emperor's move, longevity years, time flies. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said, Miao, the time theurgy. That wretched man also knows the time theurgy. Miao immediately became excited. That's right. Although the Longevity Emperor's time theurgy is much weaker than Hong Jun's, it is still a time theurgy. As long as we can temporarily suppress the time inside the Purple Cloud Palace, we can quickly reduce the difference. Yang Chuan said. Miao, yes. It seems like we need to ask this wretched man for help. Miao immediately nodded and said excitedly. Go and inform Zhao Arfeng. Let's go and take a look. I wonder how the Arfeng Palace that was built for her is now. Let's go and take a look. Yang Chuan said. Miao, okay. I'll go now. Miao's figure flashed and disappeared from the study. Yang Chuan also stepped out of the study and went to meet the Longevity Monarch. In a large hall in Xianyang, the Longevity Monarch came with dozens of subordinates. Yang Chuan, I have come to seek refuge with you. How is it? My brothers are not bad, right? The Longevity Monarch said with a smile. There was a baby standing beside him. It was Qi Sho. "My lord, it's great that you are back," Qi Sho shouted excitedly. "Qi Sho, this time, you have worked hard. Our brothers will not forget you. In the future, I will be the boss and you will be the second boss," the longevity monarch said with a smile. "Okay." Qi Sho did not stand on ceremony and shouted excitedly. The others were also very happy. They had followed the longevity monarch because of their loyalty. Now that their leader had returned, they would naturally follow his lead. "Yang Chuan, my brothers can't stand being restrained. They were the same in the longevity world. Therefore, they will not be part of the Great Shen's army. It will be better for them to stay in the Foreign Affairs Department," the longevity monarch said. "Okay." Yang Chuan nodded. "I am a man of my word. You have obtained 2 emperor's altars. I will also give this to you," the longevity monarch said solemnly. "My lord," the subordinates exclaimed. "How could the emperor's altars be given away so casually?" The longevity monarch waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone knows that I have no interest in power. It is useless to keep it. Don't you know what happened to the White Tiger and Xuanwu emperors? In the future, those who have emperor's altars will be hunted down by the world's heroes. I still want to live for a few more years." Everyone was speechless. Yang Chuan smiled bitterly. Of course. "Yang Chuan, I am not talking about you," the longevity monarch said. "It's fine. I like challenges." Yang Chuan nodded. "That would be great," the longevity monarch said. Boom. The emperor's altars appeared under their feet. Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with a grand aura. Slash. The longevity monarch shouted. Boom. Blood qi burst out from Emperor Changsheng's body and scattered in all directions. Whoosh. The longevity monarch instantly withered. However, he walked down from the emperor's altars. He cut off his connection with the emperor's altars. "My lord." Everyone was anxious. "I am fine. Damn it. It is too difficult to cut open the emperor's altars. I almost lost half my life." The longevity monarch sat down and rested. Yang Chuan did not stand on ceremony. The emperor's altars appeared under his feet. He stepped on his own emperor's altars and stepped on the emperor's altars that the longevity monarch had sent over. Boom. The 2 emperors' altars approached each other and merged. A ferocious intent rushed towards Yang Chuan's body. Roar. Yang Chuan roared. The powerful intent of the emperor's altars filled Yang Chuan's body once again. Yang Chuan felt like he was looking down on the world. He forcefully suppressed the intent that had suddenly appeared. After a long while, he slowly recovered. There was an indescribable comfort in his body. Moreover, Yang Chuan realized that although his cultivation had not increased, his strength should be much stronger than the emperor's altars. Ka. He clenched his fists in satisfaction. As expected, the emperor's altars are really a whole. "Yang Chuan, you have 1/3 of it now." The longevity monarch laughed. "That's right." Yang Chuan smiled. The longevity monarch recovered and looked at himself. Ha, this is right. I said that the emperor's altars have affected my personality too much. This is normal. The longevity monarch's expression changed greatly. His original dignity disappeared and he returned to the Dongfang Zhengpai of the past. There was a trace of wretchedness. Yang Chuan looked at the Dongfang Zhengpai strangely. Yang Chuan stepped forward and kept the emperor's altars. "Chisha, take the others and stay here first. I have something to discuss with the Dongfang Zhengpai," Yang Chuan said. "Yes." Chisha nodded. A baby led the group of earthly fiend stars and left quickly. "Yang Chuan, is there anything else?" Dongfang Zhengpai was puzzled. Yang Chuan took out the golden ball. The moment the ball appeared, Dongfang Zhengpai felt something strange. What a thick trace of time ability. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. To those who cultivated time ability, they would naturally be excited to see the profound manifestation of their ability. This is called the Purple Cloud Palace. Study it and see if you can suppress this time ability for a short period of time. I want to go in for a while. Yang Chuan said. Go in. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. This is definitely an incredible place. Is it a world wrapped in time divine ability? I want to go in too, Dongfang Zhengpai said immediately. Sure. Yang Chuan nodded. One day later, in a palace in Xianyang City, Yang Chuan in human form, Yang Chuan in zombie form, Miao, Zhao Arfang, and Dongfang Zhengpai gathered together. All right, I have settled the matters of the others. Let's go in, Dongfang Zhengpai said. The time difference has been settled. Yang Chuan in human form looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. Of course. However, it can only be suppressed for a short period of time. This purple cloud palace is too powerful. Is Hong Jun really only at the 15th level? Is he really the same as me? I think his time ability is way better than mine, Dongfang Zhengpai said angrily. Let's go. Yang Chuan in human form said. Millimeter. Everyone nodded. Dongfang Zhengpai waved his hand at the golden ball. Wang. Ripples appeared on the surface of the golden ball. Let's go. Dongfang Zhengpai took the lead and the group walked in. Whoosh. Yang Chuan in human form, Zhao Arfang, Miao, and Dongfang Zhengpai entered together and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only zombie Yang Chuan carefully put away the small ball to protect himself, just in case something unexpected happened. Once they entered the golden ball, they would be at the edge of the solar system. To the group of powerful beings, this was not a distance at all. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of the Earth and landed on the moon. Meow, look, there's someone jumping over there. Is that a zombie? Meow saw an astronaut jumping on the surface of the moon. Hey, let's go and take a look. Dongfang Zhengpai was also interested. Solar system, Earth's moon. An astronaut walked out of the capsule and walked on the surface of the moon. The astronaut's name was James. A year ago, American astronauts found 3 aliens on the moon who could talk and laugh in a vacuum. 2 of them spoke with China's Henan accent. The United States increased their exploration of the moon, hoping to contact the strange aliens again. James reporting, nothing unusual. James reporting again, nothing unusual. Oh, I see it. They're coming for me. The aliens are coming for me, James shouted in horror. Before he came, he was full of excitement. However, when he saw the aliens, he suddenly thought of some sci-fi movies that invaded the Earth and screamed. Bang! Meow jumped on the helmet of James' huge spacesuit. James immediately thought of the parasitic aliens in Alien. Help, don't kill me. Mommy tilde 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 tilde. James cried in his unfamiliar Henan accent. Yang Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, and Zhao Arfang's expressions froze. James's cries were so shrill that even Meow Meow, who was in high spirits, jumped in fright when he heard them. What the hell? So disgusting, I'm pissing my pants. Meow said speechlessly. Chapter 1488. Yang Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, Zhao Arfang, and Meow left the moon and went straight to Earth, leaving James paralyzed on the ground. It took a while for James to recover from his fright. I want to go back to Earth. There are aliens here. I don't want to be experimented on by them. James ran back to the shuttle. His face was still pale when he entered the shuttle. James, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? On one of the monitors, a general asked in a deep voice. General, there are aliens. Let me go back. Let me go back, James said in fear. However, the general on the other side was overjoyed. Aliens? What happened? James stammered and told the general what happened just now. Haha, that's great. James, quickly contact the aliens. Represent the United States and send them a good invitation, the general said immediately. Contact. James rolled his eyes and fainted. Earth, above the Pacific Ocean. Yang Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, Zhao Arfang, and Miao. The 4 of them stood in midair and looked down. At this moment, a commercial plane flew past. Most people were asleep. Only a little girl sat by the window and stared at the 3 people and the cat in midair. Mommy, Mommy, that kitten is so cute. The 3 or 4-year-old girl pulled the woman beside her excitedly. The woman rubbed her sleepy eyes and woke up. Baby, go to sleep. No, Mommy, I want that kitten. It's wearing a little felt hat. It's so cute. I want one too. Baby, you must be dreaming. Where's the kitten? Outside the window, there's a big brother, a big sister, and a big fat guy. The kitten is standing on the big brother's shoulder, the little girl said. The woman. Baby, you must be dreaming. How can there be people outside? The woman obviously didn't believe her. There's really someone outside. Whoa, Mommy doesn't believe me, the little girl suddenly cried. Baby, you can't lie. Whoa, I'm not lying, right? Whoa. The little girl's cries immediately woke up everyone on the plane. No one could fall asleep due to the cries and shouts. This brat. A low voice came from somewhere. The plane flew away. Meow's eyes widened. This thing can fly. Why aren't there any magical energy fluctuations? Meow exclaimed. Look, underground there, on that road, there's a metal box. There's someone sitting in it too. Dongfang Jingpai pointed at a car on the road in the distance. Look, there are iron ships above the sea. Everyone looked at this grotesque world together. Zhao Arfang stretched out his fingers and quickly calculated. Soon, the blueprints of planes, ships, cars, and trains were displayed by Zhao Arfang. It's the same as what Wu Jiong said. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. They are all mortals. They use this kind of oil to burn, and the heat generated from it creates power, Zhao Arfang explained. This kind of fossil energy? Underground fossil energy? Yang Chuan looked at the oil refineries pointed out by Zhao Arfang in surprise. Also, there are all kinds of waves in this world. The entire ground is filled with electric waves, and there's a receiver connected to the stars. These signals are gradually forming communication. The two people over there are using a small box to transmit messages. Zhao Arfang was surprised. He calculated with his fingers, and the theory was displayed in front of everyone. Yang Chuan was surprised at first, but after watching for a while, he lost interest in it. I heard it. Those people said that the small box is called a mobile phone, Meow said excitedly. What a pity. Yang Chuan shook his head. What's wrong? Mobile phones are just SOSO. According to what you said, mobile phones need to build many signal towers. It's so troublesome that it can't be spread all over the first world. Even if the signal towers are built, they have to worry about being destroyed and losing communication. Moreover, the fastest speed is only the speed of light. It's far inferior to the life token, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Mobile phones are only suitable for Earth. Dongfang Zhengpai nodded. What about the airplanes and cars? Meow's hearing was good enough to hear the discussion from afar. It's also very difficult to popularize it in the first world because this kind of thing requires a large amount of fossil energy. It requires the extraction of the Earth's blood. It's like draining the pond to catch fish. In less than 200 years, the fossil energy of petroleum will be completely exhausted. Future generations can only walk towards the end of the road. Moreover, the oil doesn't disappear after being burned. Instead, it turns into invisible impurities and is discharged into the air after being burned. If this continues, people will not only be breathing air, but also oil that has no energy. Yang Chuan shook his head. Is this drinking poison to quench thirst? Zhao Arfang said in a low voice. Yes, and this fossil energy can't be stored in large quantities without a space treasure. It can be used for short distances, but once the distance is long, it can't be taken away, and it can't be used too far away from Earth. Yang Chuan shook his head. Meow, they're still cutting down trees. Meow pointed to the distance. The common people are innocent. It's only the rich and powerful who are destroying nature, Zhao Arfang said in a low voice. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. But without cultivation, it's still very comfortable for the common people to live like this. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Comfortable? This is exchanging one generation's comfort for 10,000 generations of misery. Yang Chuan shook his head. The metaphysical is the Tao, the physical is the tool. The so-called technology they're talking about is only the tool, and the physical is the Tao. Neglecting the fundamentals and focusing on the details is already deviating a lot from the Tao. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. The metaphysical is the Tao, the physical is the tool? Zhao Afang nodded. In a short period of time, the quality of life of the common people on Earth was indeed getting better and better. However, how long could the practice of drinking poison to quench thirst last? The future generations would definitely taste the bitter fruit. But there's still solar energy over there. Miao pointed to the things she heard from afar. There's a limit to the solar energy collection. Yang Chuan shook his head. Yang Chuan, Zhao Afang, and Miao were studying the laws of Earth. However, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up with excitement. Ha, Yang Chuan, let's go our separate ways. Let me know when you're leaving. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Okay. Yang Chuan nodded. Whoosh. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately flew to the left. In the male dormitory of a certain university, under the scorching summer sun, a group of shirtless boys entered a dormitory together. A group of people surrounded a computer that was playing a video. Each of them stared at the video on the computer with a critical look. The academic atmosphere was thick. The group of people did not even blink. Occasionally, they swallowed their saliva and tried to suppress their hunger as they studied the video on the computer. Everyone was focused on the video, even when Dongfang Zhengpai flew in through the window. His two ears did not care about what was going on outside, and he had the attitude of someone who was reading the books of the sages. Dongfang Zhengpai snuck behind the group of people and listened to the voice of Yamidi coming from the computer. He patted the shoulder of a guy and asked, "Kid, what are you looking at?" "Don't bother me." The guy did not even turn his head. He did not even want to shift his gaze away from the computer. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at the guy strangely. He was too serious. He raised his head and followed the gaze of the crowd. As he watched, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes were fixed on the screen. His face was filled with blood and his nose was bleeding. He did not even have the mood to stop the bleeding. An hour later, when the video changed to a new one, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes revealed a perverted look. He could not help but say, is this heaven? The people of Earth are too blessed. Almighty God, this is a spirit that does not benefit oneself and only benefits others. Dongfang Zhengpai's body trembled as he revealed a perverted look. High up in the sky, Yang Chuan, Zhao Afang, and Miao looked down and roughly understood the technology of Earth. Let's go to the tomb that I built back then, Yang Chuan said. Zhao Afang and Miao nodded. Swish. The two of them soon arrived at the tomb of the first emperor. However, there were already many buildings around the tomb. Countless terracotta soldiers and horses were also surrounded. The three of them landed at the foot of Mount Li and looked around. Then, they went straight to the buildings where the terracotta soldiers and horses were. Soon, they arrived. The sky was already dark. Yang Chuan was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he walked slowly and observed the changes in the surroundings. Everything has changed. Yang Chuan sighed. Yes. Zhao Afang nodded. The three of them walked inside. Suddenly, a beam of light shot over and illuminated Yang Chuan, Zhao Afang, and Miao. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw an old man about 60 years old walking out from a small door. He held a searchlight and shone it at them. It's not open at night. Come again tomorrow. The gatekeeper shouted. Visit. Yang Chuan smiled. The three of them continued to walk inside. Didn't I tell you? It's not open at night. Go back. The gatekeeper shouted again. This is my tomb. I can come and go as I please. Yang Chuan said calmly. What? Your tomb? Who are you? The gatekeeper asked curiously. Zhao Afang said, My husband is the owner of this place. This is my husband's tomb. Are you the tomb keeper here? Tomb keeper? Who are you trying to scare by wearing ancient clothes at night? The gatekeeper felt that something was amiss. After all, it was strange to wear ancient clothes to such a sinister place at night. Even if they were trying to cheat, it would not be so exaggerated. Were they not afraid of visiting at night? Moreover, the price of dressing up was not small. The gatekeeper mustered his courage and shouted again, "Who are you?" "My husband used to be called Ying Zheng. This is my husband's tomb," Zhao Afang said with a smile. But when he said these words in the middle of the night, no matter how one listened to it, it was incomparably eerie. The gatekeeper's teeth were chattering. Ying Zheng. Qin Shihuang. Don't spread rumors. If you repeat it 500 times, I'll check your water meter. Don't scare me. I'm not afraid. The gatekeeper's mouth trembled as he said in horror. Old man, you really know how to talk nonsense. It's not your home. Why are you so nosy? Meow. Meow was speechless. Cats can talk. Ghost. The gatekeeper tossed the searchlight aside and ran away. Yang Chuan. Chapter 1489. First World, Outer South Continent. Tian Gang and the Nether King had gathered a group of experts from the Great Evil World. Eastern High Priest, Hui Yi, and everyone else, I hope that everyone can lend us a hand. Tian Gang said solemnly. Some of the experts had 8 arms, some had 4 faces, some had 2 wings, and some looked normal. One of them was a man in a grey robe. His hair was combed back, and he exuded a sacred aura. Tian Gang, is Yang Chuan really that powerful? You and the Nether King can't deal with him? The man in the grey robe asked. Tian Gang smiled bitterly. Yang Chuan's cultivation is not obvious, but he has many tricks up his sleeves. After suffering so many losses in the past, I finally understood that he can't be described with common sense. Oh! Not long ago, I also found out about Yang Chuan's identity. Everyone, who knows about the Great Thousand World? Tian Gang asked. What do you mean? I also just found out that Yang Chuan was the emperor of the Great Thousand World in the past. He and Zhong Shan, the Great Thousand World's lord, split the world. In the end, Zhong Shan destroyed himself. In the final battle, Zhong Shan achieved immortality. Tian Gang explained. There's such a thing. Everyone was surprised. He also cultivated the Jiangchen body. The Nether King interrupted. When he interrupted, a man in a purple robe raised his eyebrows. Jiangchen body? Tian Gang's eyes lit up. That's right, Jiangchen body. Hui Yi, you also cultivate the Jiangchen body, right? The purple-robed Hui Yi nodded. All right, I'll go with you to take a look. Hui Yi nodded, and the surrounding experts nodded as well. With Tian Gang and the Nether King as lobbyists, most of the people followed them. There's no time to lose. Let's go now, Tian Gang said. Everyone nodded. Boom. There were 20 people in the group, and each of them was a peerless expert. In the Great Evil World, no one was weaker than Tian Gang. Naturally, their strength was also outstanding in the Great Evil World. The group of 20 people instantly turned into streamers and disappeared from the Outer South Continent. Outer East Continent, Xianyang City. In a huge palace. Inside the palace, 5 men sat cross-legged. Beside each man was a huge gourd. They were Sho Di, Huang Luo, Emperor Minute, Yu Lin, and Meng San Sheng from the Divine World. The 5 of them sat cross-legged. In front of them stood the Right Chief Minister of Great Zhen, Lu Buwei, the Empress Zizi, and the Army Commander Jin Dayu. I've kept everyone waiting. The battle will begin soon, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Except for Sho Di, the other 4 didn't look happy. Where's Yang Chuan? You called us here, but he didn't come out to meet us. Meng San Sheng asked in a deep voice. From the beginning until now, Meng San Sheng had been unhappy. In the past, in order to obtain enough beasts to trade, he had given Yang Chuan a jade talisman that could help Yang Chuan resolve a crisis. The God Realm had its own plans, and it also had its own plans for the world. With this jade talisman, it wouldn't be easy to target Great Zhen. However, as long as he used the jade talisman, he would no longer owe Diezhen a favor. Thus, when they received Diezhen's request for help, the eyes of the experts of the God Realm instantly lit up. In fact, 5 out of the 7 great experts had come. But when he arrived in Xianyang, he found that he had been completely ignored by Yang Chuan. Ignored. He had always been the one who ignored others. How could he be ignored by others? Who was Yang Chuan? He had asked him for help, but he didn't even want to show his face. This was blatant mockery. Except for Shodai, who was good at maintaining his composure, the other four immediately looked gloomy. Zizi looked at everyone and took a deep breath. You promised to resolve a crisis for Diazhen, but you didn't say that you wanted my husband to hold a banquet for you. Zizi, Meng San Sheng said with a gloomy face. Zizi was his granddaughter in terms of bloodline. Although there was no kinship between them, he was still her grandfather in name. How could she be so rude to him? Zizi looked at Meng San Sheng without the slightest respect. Ever since she was young, Zizi had grown up in solitude. Yang Chuan was her only family. Meng San Sheng didn't take care of her at all. Zizi even knew that Meng San Sheng must be plotting something against her. Everyone, you're here to fulfill your promise. You're here to return the favor. You're the ones who agreed to help Great Shun. We're not the ones who begged you. Zizi said solemnly. Huh. Meng San Sheng was a little angry. Zizi glanced at him indifferently. Diazhen can still resolve this crisis without you. It's just that Diazhen doesn't want to have too much to do with you. Too much to do with? What do you mean? Meng San Sheng said in a deep voice. Haha, I don't want to say more. I'm tired. Prime Minister Lu, I'll leave this to you. Zizi looked at Lu Buwei. Yes, Empress. Lu Buwei replied. Okay. Zizi nodded and stepped out of the hall. After Zizi left, Lu Buwei said with a smile, everyone, please don't mind her. The Empress is outspoken. Please don't go easy on her because of this. What did you say? Meng San Sheng's face darkened. Shodai was the only one who remained calm and said, the divinity never goes back on its word. Of course, we will do our best. That's good. Lu Buwei nodded. The relationship between the divine world and Diazhen was very complicated. That was why Lu Buwei was not friendly. This time, they were just using the divine world. After this, they would be very wary of the divine world. Shodai looked at Jindayu and said, Jindayu. Jindayu had a complicated expression. Although Shodai refused to admit that he was his ancestor, Jindayu found it hard to believe. Moreover, Shodai had saved him twice, so Jindayu was very respectful to him. Where's Yang Chuan? Shodai asked faintly. Jindayu's expression was conflicted. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, the great emperor is receiving honored guests, so he has neglected everyone. Please forgive him. Distinguished guests. Ha. Meng San Sheng, who had just calmed down, was angry again. Weren't they distinguished guests? Seventh brother. Shodai said in a deep voice. Meng San Sheng's face froze. He sighed and said, yes, third brother. Shodai nodded and turned to Lu Buwei. You can go now. When the crisis comes, just call us out. Okay. Lu Buwei nodded and said with a smile. Then, Lu Buwei and Jindayu stepped out of the hall. Kwong. The door of the hall was slammed shut. How dare Yang Chuan ignore us? Meng San said angrily. The others were also angry. I can turn invisible and pass through walls. Let me see who Yang Chuan is meeting. Sixth brother Yu Lin said in a deep voice. No. Shodai shook his head. We owe Diazhen a favor. Let's talk about it after we return the favor. Shodai shook his head. Everyone frowned and nodded at last. Moreover, after this battle, the divine world has something to discuss with Yang Chuan, Shodai added. His words completely dispelled everyone's thoughts. 3 days later, Heavenly Dipper and Nether King led 18 experts and arrived at Xianyang City. Although there were not many of them, each of them was powerful. They were peerless experts in the great evil world. Boom. Tian Gang took the lead. When he arrived at the south of Xianyang City, he stopped and a gust of wind swept over. Boom. 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 They approached Xianyang City one by one. Their powerful auras rushed toward Xianyang City. The surging waves of air even forced the countless plants in the surroundings to bend over. Tian Gang rubbed his head that had 36 scars on it, his face full of metal. Yang Chuan, come out. Boom. Tian Gang's voice filled the entire Xianyang city, no, the entire Zhenlong territory. Tian Gang's voice was so overbearing that all the cultivators in the Zhenlong territory felt their hearts skip a beat. How dare you! Countless guards shouted angrily. Boom. The array of Xianyang city was activated. Guigu Zi and Lu Buwei stood at the square of Chaotian Palace. The officials gathered and looked coldly at the uninvited guests in the sky. Behind them, the gate of Chaotian Palace was closed. Yang Chuan did not show up. However, a group of empresses stood out. Among the empresses, Mo Yu she saw the Nether King in the distance. She raised her eyebrows and looked worried. Dong En. Mo Yu she shouted. The Nether King raised his eyebrows. So it's the Empress of Great Zhen. Listen carefully. I am not Yang Dong En. I am the Nether King. My surname is not Yang. Bastard. Mo Yu she glared at the Nether King. Her eyes flashed with anger. The Nether King raised his eyebrows. Yang Dong En, listen carefully. Since your mind is controlled by the Lotus God, you can't think for yourself. I can ignore your nonsense now. However, if you hurt the people of Great Zhen, don't think that I will let you go. Mo Yu she shouted angrily. It seemed like Mo Yu she was scolding the Nether King. However, they were mother and son. How could Mo Yu she really do anything to the Nether King? In Mo Yu she's mind, Yang Dong En was the future crown prince of Great Zhen. Now that he shouted that he was controlled by the Lotus God, it was actually for the officials and the people to hear. It was to prevent the people from hating the crown prince. The Nether King snorted. Ha ha ha. Astral Vault was delighted to see the Nether King and his son fighting. Yang Chuan, come out and die. Astral Vault shouted again. A powerful aura swept across the entire Xianyang city. Rumble. The powerful aura caused ripples to appear on Xianyang's defensive array. You little rascals want the Emperor to fight. Astral Vault, you think too highly of yourself. Lu Buwei said indifferently. Astral Vault looked coldly at Lu Buwei. An ordinary ancestral immortal dared to be so impudent. He saw Lu Buwei looking at a large hall not far away. Creak. The hall opened and 5 men with gourds on their backs walked out slowly. Sho Di, Huang Luo, Huang Minute, Yu Lin, and Meng Sansheng. The 5 experts from the divine realm carried their gourds and slowly walked to the front of the officials. They stood in a row and looked coldly at the 20 peerless experts who had suddenly appeared. The 20 peerless experts also stared at the 5. The 5 of them had their foreheads protruding. Although they didn't speak, their eyes were filled with ferocity. Chapter 1490. As the breeze blew, Sho Di and the other 4's clothes fluttered gently. However, they were looking at the 20 experts in front of them seriously. Although the 5 of them were arrogant, they knew that the 20 experts were not as weak as they used to be. At the very least, the current Heavenly Dipper was not the leader of this group of people. In fact, based on the attitude he occasionally revealed, he was rather respectful toward some of them. A detached realm expert? Tian Gang was at level 14. However, he could display the strength of level 15 because he was a detached realm expert. Even with such strength, he still showed respect to some of them. All of them are at level 15? Sho Di squinted his eyes and said gloomily. All of them are at level 15? Lu Buwei's face fell. 1,000,000 years. What happened in the past 1,000,000 years? There were not so many experts in the great evil world in the past. No. What they knew in the past was just superficial information. The foundation of the great evil world was not revealed to others. Moreover, Lotus God could improve the strength of Nether King and Tian Gang in such a short time. Could it improve the strength of others as well? Humph, a group of weirdos with gourds on their backs. Get lost, or else. Tian Gang scolded. Treasure, please turn around. Sho Di shouted softly. Whoosh. A beam of white light shot out and instantly reached the Heavenly Dipper. What? Tian Gang's face changed and he slapped it with his hand. Boom. Tian Gang's right arm was cut in half. The huge force rushed to Tian Gang's head. Ah! Tian Gang exclaimed as his figure swayed, narrowly dodging the attack. However, the Immortal slaying flying saber was not only targeting Tian Gang but also the Eastern Grand Priest. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Eastern Grand Priest. The Eastern Grand Priest's face fell and he used the scepter in his hand to counter the attack. Boom! With a loud bang, the Eastern Grand Priest took a step back and the Immortal slaying flying saber was knocked back. Whoosh! The Immortal slaying flying saber returned to the Immortal slaying gourd. Shao-Di squinted his eyes and stared at the Eastern Grand Priest. The Immortal slaying flying saber's attack was knocked back so easily. Huang Luo, Emperor Minute, Yu Lin, and Meng Sansheng's face fell. 20 great experts. That was no ordinary number. The powerhouses of the great evil world were indeed extraordinary. God Realm, Immortal beheading gourd. Eastern High Priest's face sank. On the other side, Tian Gang grabbed his severed arm and reattached it in fear. The person in front of him was too ferocious, and he actually had no power to resist. Eastern High Priest, this person is troublesome. Tian Gang frowned. Tian Gang, looks like you're right. Great Shen. Great perfection indeed has endless means. What a good Immortal slaying flying saber. Unfortunately, your Immortal slaying flying saber has yet to reach its strongest state. Eastern High Priest said solemnly. This is still not strong. Tian Gang exclaimed. You don't understand. East High Priest murmured. I'll deal with the Immortal slaying flying saber. As for the others, you guys deal with them. Be careful to deal with them, they are all strong people. Eastern High Priest solemnly said. All right. The others all shouted in agreement. You want to deal with me? Oh, fine. A cold light flashed across Shao-Di's eyes. Shao-Di was the first to rush out. The road to the underworld opens. My saber breaks the sky. The Shao-Di shouted. Boom. The void road to the underworld suddenly erupted. Several white lights flew out from the Immortal slaying gourd, and more than one Immortal slaying flying saber swept toward the Eastern High Priest. Sacred light. The Eastern High Priest shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, countless grey lights appeared in the void. They rushed toward Shao-Di. Boom. The two peerless experts collided with each other, and a large part of the void in the south exploded. Treasure, let's go out. Shao-Di shouted. Boom. Rolling fire crows spewed out from the fire crow gourd and rushed toward the people opposite. Rolling black sea. Nether King shouted. Unfilial son, you dare to interfere? Mo Yu she shouted and turned into a huge black phoenix, rushing toward Nether King. Suddenly, the 24 paths of reincarnation trapped Nether King like pillars. Mo Yu she did not want her son to interfere. Regardless of the result, it would affect the future. Therefore, she had to do it herself. Nether King was stopped, and the others also rushed toward the endless fire crows. Icebound heaven and earth. A four-faced demon shouted. Boom. Endless icebergs fell from the sky. Treasure, let's go out. Emperor Minute shouted. Boom. Countless ice toads soared into the sky and charged towards the icebergs. The first world? There is indeed a group of cowards. Ha, 8-armed Nogger. An 8-armed demon shouted and his body suddenly expanded. Treasure, let's go. Yu Lin shouted. Yu Lin's vanity gourd did not spew out anything. Instead, it released a ray of light toward Yu Lin. Then, Yu Lin disappeared and became invisible. It was like a fist had landed on the 8-armed demon's body. Boom. The 8-armed demon retreated quickly. However, there was no one around. Yu Lin was invisible, and no one could find Yu Lin. Suddenly, another fist wind flew over. The 8-armed fiend's face lit up with joy, and a huge barrier flew over. Boom. The 8-armed demon was still sent flying. The jade Cheline had pierced through the cover. I can't see or touch him. How am I supposed to fight him? The 8-armed demon was frustrated. He could not hit Yu Lin at all. How am I supposed to fight him? Treasure, please. With a shout, a ray of purple light shot toward a one-horned demon from the Hongmeng gourd. Boom. The strong suction force made the one-horned demon lose his balance. Whoosh! The one-horned demon was sucked into the Hongmeng gourd. Meng Sansheng also stepped into the battlefield. Rumble! The heroes of the divine world were fighting against the demons. When the battle started, the sky and the south of Xianyang were filled with countless loud noises. The fierce impact tore the void apart. Sho Di, Huang Luo, Yu Lin, Minute Huang, and Meng Sansheng were ferocious. 1 against 1, or even 1 against 2, they wouldn't lose to anyone from the great evil world. However, this group had 4 times the number of people. Gradually, they were suppressed. Sho Di was facing 3 peerless experts alone. Seeing his brothers gradually losing ground, his face turned gloomy. "Brother, let me borrow your 99 soul-dispersing gourd," Sho Di shouted. A loud sound pierced the sky. Rumble! A ray of light flashed in the west. Then, a huge red gourd appeared in front of everyone. "Treasure, disperse." There was an explosion in the void. Boom! The huge soul-dispersing gourd suddenly sprayed out countless godly sand. The godly sand rushed toward the demons. Roar! The demons screamed because the godly sand was too evil. Their protective shields were useless in front of it. It penetrated their bodies in the blink of an eye and hit them. Immediately, the group of demons felt a huge impact on their souls. It was as if the divine sand was melting their souls. What a vicious treasure! The group of fiends immediately roared in shock. The upper hand they had was gone with the appearance of the soul-dispersing gourd. Of course, there was one exception, the zombie. A pair of huge purple dragon wings extended from the zombie's back. Its mouth was bearing fangs, and its eyes were glowing red. The godly sand fell on its body, and it was all blown away. The body of a general? Gigu Zi's eyes lit up. Gigu Zi turned around and was about to report to the Sky Palace behind him. Kwong! A door suddenly opened in the Grand Hall. Zombie Yang Chuan slowly stepped out of the Skyward Hall. "Greetings, Great Emperor." All the officials bowed respectfully. Previously, they were a little worried, but after seeing Yang Chuan, everyone was relieved. As long as the Great Emperor was here, any obstacle could be overcome. "Emperor, that might be the body of a general from the great evil world," Gui Guzi immediately said. "Oh." Yang Chuan looked at the zombie in the distance. The zombie seemed to have sensed something and turned its head to look. However, he saw Yang Chuan walking out of the Skyward Hall. At this moment, the door of the Skyward Hall was only half open. Although it was strange, they were more interested in Yang Chuan's physique. "The body of a general? You've also cultivated the Jiangchen body," the zombie in the distance shouted. The other battles were still going on, and there was no stopping them. Since Sho Di and his companions had agreed to take care of this matter, they would not slack off. Boom! 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 In the battle, it was difficult to separate. Yang Chuan glanced at the battle around him and took a deep breath. Yang Chuan from the great evil world. Yang Chuan looked at the zombie and shouted. "Die from the great evil world," the zombie said. "You're the only one in the great evil world who has cultivated the Jiangchen body, right?" Yang Chuan asked. "Oh, you know?" Die was surprised. "That's good. Die, only one of the generals from the Four Realms can survive. Since you've come to great evil world, I'll give you a fair fight. I won't use the power of great evil world," Yang Chuan said. Die frowned and looked at Yang Chuan. "Sho Di, leave the filth disaster to me. You guys deal with the rest," Yang Chuan shouted into the distance. In the distance, Sho Di turned around and looked at Yang Chuan. At the same time, he saw the half-open entrance to the Skyward Palace. He frowned and said, "All right." Boom. Without Die, Sho Di and the others had a much easier time fighting. Gui Guzi, the 12 Supremes, Desolation Flower, "Be careful of Yushi," Yang Chuan said to Gui Guzi. "Yes." Everyone responded. Mo Yushi was fighting against the Nether King, and Yang Chuan was still worried about her. Now that everyone was watching over her, Yang Chuan could fight without any worries. Boom. Beneath Yang Chuan's feet, the Great Emperor sacrificial altar emerged, emitting a majestic aura. It slowly rose into the sky and flew toward Die roar. Yang Chuan let out a loud roar. A pair of black dragon bone wings sprouted from his back and fangs extended from his mouth. A ferocious aura was emitted. It's indeed the body of a general. A cold light flashed across Die's eyes. Roar. Yang Chuan let out another roar. Another pair of red dragon bone wings sprouted from his back. One black and one red. As soon as the two pairs of wings appeared, a ferocious aura gushed out. Rolling corpse chi dyed half of the sky black. This is... Die was stunned. I've already devoured one of the 4 bodies of a general. You'll be the second. Yang Chuan shouted. The 2 pairs of wings flapped. Boom. Yang Chuan charged toward Die. Chapter 1491. Boom. Zombie Yang Chuan and Zombie Hui's fists clashed, shattering a large part of the void. The huge impact caused everyone who was fighting to be slightly stunned. Both of them were unscathed after such a fierce physical attack. Yang Chuan's face turned ferocious. You are indeed much stronger than Jieshe, the body of a general from the great evil world. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes and charged forward again. Boom. The black dragon path appeared behind him, and a surging energy rushed towards zombie Yang Chuan. Behind Hui, a purple path shot into the sky, and a purple dragon coiled around it. You also cultivated the true dragon path? Very good, you can help me perfect my path, Hui said coldly. Boom. 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 The battle between the 2 peerless experts became more intense. The sky was filled with the figures of the 2 fighting. The 5 brothers of the divine world were also fighting a group of evil demons, and the battle was extremely intense. However, the evil demons were also experts from the great evil world, and they did not give in at all. For a time, the battle became inseparable. Outside of Xianyang, there was a shattered void. The officials of Great Shan watched patiently. At this moment, there was a banquet table in the Skyward Palace. There was a teacup on one side of the table, which was where Yang Chuan had been sitting earlier. On the other side of the table, there was a man with 2 figures standing behind him. The man sat at the table, holding the teacup and sipping the tea. He looked outside the palace, and a satisfied look flashed in his eyes. East of Xianyang, the boulder race. A group of experts stood on the boulder peak, staring at Xianyang in the distance. The leader of the group was the boulder race's patriarch, Pan Geng. Pan Geng took a deep breath. The great evil world's sublord? Yang Chuan? This Yang Chuan is growing too fast. Pan Ding said with a gloomy expression. Isn't that a good thing? Pan Geng smiled. I hope so. Pan Ding took a deep breath. There is news from Pan Sheng, Pan Geng said indifferently. Oh. Pan Ding's eyes lit up. The true lord is about to awaken, Pan Geng said solemnly. Pan Ding suddenly became spirited. Earth. Xian, Qin Shi Huang's tomb. After the gatekeeper was scared away by Miao, Miao was scolded by Yang Chuan. I know, I won't talk to you anymore, Miao said with an aggrieved expression. In human form, Yang Chuan, Zhao Afang, and Miao slowly stepped into the imperial mausoleum. To mortals, the various checkpoints might be difficult to pass, but to the 2 humans and 1 cat, it couldn't be any easier. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the terracotta soldiers. Miao, there are so many claymen. Are these the terracotta soldiers? Miao's eyes widened. The number of terracotta soldiers has decreased by a lot. Zhao Afang said with a frown. My yin soldiers. Yang Chuan swung his sleeves and took a deep breath. Ka. All of a sudden, the terracotta soldiers seemed to tremble. Boom. Suddenly, a black aura emerged from the eyes of one of the terracotta soldiers. The black aura surged out and gradually formed a human figure in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the eyes of the terracotta soldiers were emitting black light. Ka. All of the terracotta soldiers knelt down on one knee in front of Yang Chuan. In an instant, the terracotta soldiers were bowing down to their king. Miao, what is this? Miao looked at the black figures in shock. On Earth, there is a type of energy that is very difficult to find in the outside world. It is called antimatter. It can cancel out normal matter, Yang Chuan explained. Cancel out. As you know, the 3,000 heavenly axioms formed heaven and earth. However, antimatter can cancel out the energy of heaven and earth. I didn't understand it in the past, but not long ago, I finally understood what antimatter is. Oh, antimatter is the variable, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Meow. Variable? Isn't it one of the top 10 mythical beasts? Why is it antimatter again? Do you know how the top 10 mythical beasts were formed? Yang Chuan smiled. Meow. Meow was stunned. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan deduced the exchange beast and deduced it to its most primitive form. In the end, he got this antimatter. The birth of the top 10 mythical beasts requires antimatter. With antimatter, everything will be perfect. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Ah! Meow was surprised. Relatively speaking, as long as a large number of creatures are integrated with antimatter, they are all variables, Yang Chuan said. Meow, you mean, if the billions of people on Earth go to the first world, they will all be variables? Meow was surprised. Yes, as long as they go to the outside world, they will all be variables. The entire Purple Cloud Palace contains endless antimatter. Therefore, the people here are born with antimatter in their bodies. Their bones are strong and incomparably thick, Yang Chuan explained. Meow. If the people here are brought out, billions of variables, won't the world be in chaos? Meow exclaimed. Too much is as bad as not enough. If there are too many variables, it will alarm fate. Fate will definitely take action. Yang Chuan shook his head. Meow. Meow rubbed its small head. From this, it can be seen that Hongjun is very shrewd. This place is rumored to be an area sealed by Hongjun in the Greater Thousand World. Now, it seems that it is not so simple. Yang Chuan said. I think that Earth is not only a place to store antimatter, but it is more like a node that absorbs the antimatter of the four realms and all of it converges here. Zhao Afang analyzed. Oh, that's possible. Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows. While talking, Yang Chuan reached out and took out the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Kwong. Opening the world-suppressing bronze coffin, the humanoid and horse-shaped antimatter appeared from the terracotta soldiers and quickly entered the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Meow, are these antimatter collected by you? Meow looked at the terracotta soldiers and asked. Yes, Earth has been here for thousands of years. I have collected enough antimatter. This is just a part of it. Next, collect the antimatter from the terracotta soldiers and bring it back. Bring him back, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. What do you want these antimatter for? Meow asked curiously. Incorporate it into the birth chart to increase the number of variables, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. Outside Xianyang in the First World. Shodi, Huang Luo, Huang Minute, Yu Lin, and Meng Sansheng. Although the five of them were fighting strenuously, with the help of the soul-dispersing gourd, the pressure was reduced a lot. During the battle, they could even see the situation in the distance. The most eye-catching ones were Yang Chuan and Hui Yi. The two of them did not use magic treasures or spells. They only used their great path. Then, their physical bodies collided head-on. Almost everyone was envious of their powerful physical bodies. Perhaps their cultivation was not as high as others, but their physical bodies were incomparable. Every punch seemed to be able to destroy an ancestral immortal artifact. It was extremely ferocious. Boom. Boom, the two of them collided more and more fiercely. Roar. Suddenly, their great paths roared. Then, the two of them merged their great paths. Boom. Boom. One of them turned into a huge black dragon made of steel. The other turned into a huge purple dragon made of steel. The two dragons were about the same size. They roared ferociously. Roar. Roar. With a roar, they pounced on each other again. Boom. Boom. The dragon claws collided with the dragon scales of the other party. Countless sparks burst out. There were so many sparks that they condensed into electric light. In the intense collision, chain-like electric currents were flung in all directions. Rumble. It was different from the battle with Emperor Qinglong in the past. Emperor Qinglong had transformed into a true dragon. His physical body was only SOSO. How could it compare to this head-on collision? They tangled fiercely. Neither of them gave in. Neither of them lost. Roar, Junction's body. The black dragon roared with a hint of frustration. How troublesome. The purple dragon was also frustrated. Boom. The two dragons continued to collide with each other. At this moment, in the southern outer continent, the entire world was calm. In the center of the southern outer continent, the lotus goddess sat cross-legged on a lotus platform. A group of demons stood beside her. The demons were extremely respectful. At the same time, they looked towards Yan Yang with the lotus goddess. Master, it seems that Yang Chuan is not that impressive. His strength is only comparable to Hui Yi's, a three-eyed demon said in a deep voice. The other demons nodded. The great evil world's foundation was naturally not limited to the 20 people who invaded Xianyang. At this moment, the powerhouses stared at Xianyang with a hint of contempt in their eyes. Yang Chuan? A hint of doubt flashed in the lotus goddess's eyes. Master, that group of people with gourds on their backs seems to be from the deity world, right? It should be a place that was born at the end of the first epoch. However, it mysteriously disappeared later on. I've read some records to understand it. They're actually working together with Yang Chuan, the three-eyed demon said in surprise. The first epoch is the origin of all worlds. Even though I've long planted spies here, I can't see everything in this world. When the four worlds merged, waves of powerhouses appeared. Furthermore, they became stronger and stronger. This is also the reason why I didn't immediately dispatch troops the moment I entered this world, the lotus goddess said in a deep voice. Yes. I've also studied Hui Yi's Junction's body. Only one person per world can cultivate it. This isn't just a cultivation technique for cultivating the physical body but also a cultivation technique for cultivating fate charts. Furthermore, I saw a great calamity in it. The lotus goddess said in a deep voice. A great calamity. Not all the powerhouses of the second epoch have appeared. There should still be some in the Great Kindness world. Send more people to infiltrate the Great Kindness world and the Boundless worlds, the lotus goddess said in a deep voice. Yes, I've already done it. Millimeter, the lotus goddess nodded. West of Xianyang, on an island above the sea. Two figures stood on the island. They were both wrapped in black robes. Dark Ghost Valley, is that your enemy, Yang Chuan? A black-robed man asked in a deep voice. The other nodded. Grand Venerable Yu Tian, there are two people in the distance who cultivate the Junction's body like you. Watch carefully. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,